You go with Crash Proof Retirement, you will never lose a dime, and you could only increase your portfolio. The 8% that we earned this year is our money. We get to keep it. It gives us the option of either increasing our principal or taking money out to use for travel for our grandchildren. We have 3 grandchildren, and we love spoiling them with trips, with presents.
We worked hard all our life, and it's nice to be able to just sit back and just watch our money grow.
Schedule an appointment or register for the next Crash Proof Retirement Educational event happening at the Copperfield Inn in Limerick, PA on Wednesday, January 14th by calling 800-722-9728 or by visiting crashproofretirement.com.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
Listen up, football fans. It's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. TNC Supply. An app only.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
The smartphone has made us stupid. We live in a society where you are just programmed now to have this thing in your hand. It's like an addiction. It's like smoking or drinking. You don't even know you're doing it. How many times are you in a setting where there's zero reason for you to have your phone in your hand? It's almost become a crutch in society to avoid social interactions with people.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app. Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Good to be back. Happy New Year. Just updating you on this J.D. Vance story really quick here because it's a breaking news story this morning among all the breaking news. But in this one, the vice president releasing a written statement about what happened. Vice President J.D. Vance speaking out after this guy was arrested and charged, accused of breaking windows, smashing windows with a hammer at the family's Cincinnati home. The Vance family was not, they had been home, but they left. And in this case, this 26-year-old named William DeFore, He's now under arrest. We'd shown you earlier his mugshot. J.D. Vance putting out the word that he appreciated everybody's well wishes and referred to, quote, a crazy person trying to break in, hammering the windows, at least 4 windows, smashing them. He says he's grateful to the Secret Service and to the Cincinnati police for responding very quickly. They weren't home. He confirmed they were not home. So as he talks about that, we still don't know, was this a targeted situation because this is political, or was it, I don't know, some idiot who was trying to break in? We don't have all the information, but I just wanted to let you know that he put out that word. So that's among the developing stories this morning that we'll continue to cover. But it's a Monday. It's a Mass Monday. Dr. Miriam Mass. Happy New Year, my friend.
Happy New Year, Dawn, and all your listeners. I hope they're having a happy New Year, too. I know we are.
And we're also on a 2-shot right now. Please, if you're on YouTube or if you want to subscribe, push the like, little thumbs up button, etc. We're here. So I know there's a lot to talk about, and we'll get into Affordable Care Act. There's a lot that we want to talk about. We'll also talk about what you should never do during an Eagles game, and you'll learn a little something about Dr. Miriam Mass, local doc. But I did want to begin with what you did, if you don't mind sharing, what you did over the Christmas holidays, and I love it because so often, Dr. Mass, what happens? My husband Larry and I, we said it last night. Man, we had 2 weeks off, and we worked the Mummers Parade, so we weren't, we had that going on. But still, how many people over the Christmas holidays, or maybe you celebrate Hanukkah, and then today you're back to work and you think, wow, it was hectic. What did you do over the holidays? As a physician, what do you prescribe?
Well, first of all, I worked a bunch leading up to right up until late on the 23rd. And that was okay, because I had a lot of patients that wanted or needed care. And, I was happy to be there for them and happy to work with my staff. I baked my favorite chocolate walnut biscotti for my coworkers, and brought in a little bag. I always put it out I try to get as many of those cookies out to people as possible. I hosted a party for my coworkers at our house, which was wonderful. And whenever you have the party, you always walk away with the prizes. One of my coworkers is from Puerto Rico, and he brought a bottle of homemade, I think it's called coquito, and it's a special drink from Puerto Rico. Yes, it's in some is still in my fridge because I drink in small doses. So but that stuff is so good. But then it was perfect for us because what we did instead of presents was we took our family to Puerto Rico. My husband is actually part Puerto Rican. So we visited the area where his family was from. We found the graveyard where his great-grandfather is buried. And we found they must be related relatives because you could see all the family names in the graveyard. And I didn't purchase any, gifts or wrap any gifts for my kids because I told them this is what we're doing. Nice. We were joined by the oldest and his new wife, and that was wonderful. And they couldn't join us until the 26th. But, you have these changes in your life, Dawn. Mm-hmm. You ask me frequently about the empty nest. Yeah. And, so this is the first year we haven't had one of our kids under our roof at the actual Christmas day. But truthfully, it turned out to be a beautiful thing because we just had 5 days together and celebrated. And for anyone listening, Puerto Rico in December and January, I've never been before. It was fantastic. We thought the food was great. We felt very safe. It was not super pricey. We did, are you supposed to say Verbo or VRBO? I keep forgetting. Yeah. My youngest corrects me all the time. But we were on the North Coast, and then we drove through and then made it to a place on the South, drove along the shore of the South, and then made it to the West Coast. And we swam and we hiked and we went to the rainforest and I bird watched. And nice. I wake up at a ridiculous hour and I posted from the beach. It's true. My head was clear. What can I say?
I love it.
Yeah. So now, we read and it was great. Yeah.
So did you say you've never been to Puerto Rico this time of year?
Never.
Or
No, I've never been to Puerto Rico, period, and neither have the kids. And it was just, I mean, of course I'm jonesing. I'm like, can't we have another home? And my husband is beating me down.
Dan is
you know.
showing some images.
Oh, it's so beautiful.
Oh my God.
Yeah, let's go.
It's beautiful.
We do a
Well, if you're
live
my
remote.
Facebook friend, you're my Facebook friend, you can go see them. I haven't done. I usually do posts from markets when I travel, and I went into the grocery store, and I have pictures from things that you can purchase at the grocery store that are different from here. And can I share one story that was just
Yes.
really terrific? Okay, so we're Catholic, and so we went to Mass on Sunday. We just picked out a place in San Juan, and it wasn't even old San Juan, but it turned out to be a nice neighborhood. And we're walking to Mass, and there's chickens all over Puerto Rico. They have very good eggs, by the way. But we're talking like you're in San Juan, the main city, and there's roosters just running down the street. They're much friendlier than the roosters I've encountered around here. But like we're walking along the sidewalk, and we see this hen just like rise up on her legs, and then there's like baby chicks underneath her. This is in the middle of San Juan. I mean, it's just so beautiful. And so we went to Mass, and it was different than other masses I've ever been at. It was fantastic music, very festive, and people are literally like they're kind of like dancing, like just getting to the rhythm and bongo drums and everything. And it was such fun music. And this couple, they looked to be maybe a couple years older than us. They get into the aisle that we were at, and they were maybe 5 people down from me. And the woman just kept looking over at me and smiling, and looking at my kids and smiling. And when we went to leave Mass, this woman, she grabbed me by the shoulders and she kissed me on each cheek, and then she hugged me. And I don't know much Spanish, but I know enough to say, entiendo un poquito español. I only understand a little bit of Spanish. And then she babbled in Spanish, and then she just said, she hugged me again. And then the kids are like, Mom, what is with this lady? And I said, I just had the feeling she's a mother, and she's looking at her family, and she just wanted to wish another mother, like, Feliz Navidad. I mean, I just felt that's what it was, because she just kept on looking over and waving, and then, this very nice like hug and kiss. And what a way to start a new year, right?
It's amazing. I'm so envious. I saw your picture, and you posted it on social media of you and your beautiful family. And I thought, oh, I would love that. I would just
go.
The rapping and the rat race and like all that stuff.
So I felt so empowered. I was just like, my husband got a little squirrely. He's like, well, we should buy some gifts. And I'm like, that's on you, baby. I'm not doing
Good
it.
for
This
you.
is great.
Good for you.
So it was good. It was good. I did do the stockings, because I usually do stocking stuffers, but it's kind of like, dental floss and saline nasal spray and stuff like that.
I love it. I know. So let's talk a little bit about, and I'll get into the Eagles, and we were texting back and forth, and, I had my husband accusing me of some, not being good for our health to text work stuff during an Eagles game. So I know we'll get into that. But I did want to get your take on as far as what happened, because as of December 31st, we know that the ACA, as we know it, those subsidies, because we've been underwriting or subsidizing these high costs. So just to clarify, the high costs have always been there. It's just that we, the people, we, the taxpayers, have been paying for it. So when we say subsidies, we are the subsidizer, right? We're the ones, we the people, the taxpayers. We've been subsidizing it. Now they ran out. You can correct me if I'm saying it in too broad of a stroke here, Dr. Mary Mass. But at this point, I know the Kaiser Family Foundation and many others put out there that what people are experiencing is 114% hike, at least, in your healthcare costs. And that's to no fault of people, family people, or maybe independent contractors, et cetera, who've been in the marketplace, who signed up for it before all of this transpired, right?
Right. Well, you know what? I'm going to, and I'll do this on X right now in case anyone wants to do it. And I'll even put it up as my pinned post for the day. So, Dawn, you started having me on regularly when I wrote that first piece at the end of October, Free Market Reforms Needed in Healthcare. And it pointed out, like, if you look, there's a great graph in there. It was put together by Brian Blaze of the Paragon Institute. And what the graph points out is that the cost of our premiums have grown from pre-ACA days, where they were about $3,000 a year for the average healthy 50-year-old. And in 2025, at the end, we were close to $9,000 a year. So they basically tripled. So everyone running around and saying, oh my gosh, the sky is falling, our premiums are going up again. And we're talking about the ACA premiums, but of course, this was we also have an increase in our individual premiums and in what we're paying through our employers. But the point is that these increases, I think everyone thinks of them that this is a bug. Frankly, I think this is a feature. The way the ACA was constructed, either someone knew what they were doing and wanted to do this on purpose so that everyone would be brought to their knees and beg and scream that the government must take over everything, while all the people that were running the show were busy minting money, because that's what's happened. Or these people were really incredibly stupid because they called it the Affordable Care Act, and it's been anything but affordable for any of us. I'm not unhappy that those premiums expired. And I've had a lot of friends that have texted me and they say, what do I do? Because I bet you know something. And I was like, yeah, I sure do. Here, look up this particular benefits advisor. And I give them a benefits advisor who's able to get them a plan that's better. There's already things that exist that are better and cheaper than your ACA plans. You just have to know where to look for them. So I suggest you look locally for a benefits advisor and find out what could you do until we get even better choices than that out on some type of actionable marketplace. Because there's some things that we could do, and I would put it on my list of top 10 things to do in 2026, things that we could do to expand our choices so that we're not all sinking this money into the sinkhole of a middleman who used to be an insurer and then became a payer. And then now I don't even call those big insurance companies payers. They're players because they're very often refusing to pay. I mean, this is outrageous. Why are we tolerating this? And why don't we just find something else where we're paying less? And don't tell me only the ACA offers affordable insurance or an affordable product, because that's honestly hogwash.
Well, I noticed something. So with my son Michael, it's no secret. He commutes to Penn State locally, Penn State Abington from home, in part due to his relatively new diagnosis of type 1 diabetes. So his pump, suddenly we got this notice from CVS that some of the pump that he uses and some of the supplies for it, the next 90-day supply is going to cost over $3,000. So I'm like, what is this? And this happens, we've talked about it every once in a while. So I went on Amazon just because I've been really doing a lot of Amazon. All of a sudden, all the Dexcom and all the diabetes stuff is on Amazon for way cheaper, even cheaper than my copay. Is that something that as you talk about this with different quote unquote pharmacies being allowed and they're popping up and maybe expanding? But I do wonder if that's one of the things that we're seeing, where if you're already diagnosed and you have supplies for something or a prescription, these other pharmacies, alternative ones, whether it's the Cuban one or whether Mark Cuban that is, or whether it's Amazon, they're now going to be able to beat the competitors like CVS.
Yes. And how interesting. We paid to get covered, right? But then you find out when you use your coverage, it costs you more. And your premium is up and your copays are up and your deductible is up. Everything is up. Why? That's why I'm calling them third-party players. They're not even payers. And you saw the same thing happen. Many people were beginning to understand, wait a second, here's this drug. If I use my insurance, it costs me more in my co-insurance and my copays than if I just paid for the dang drug out of pocket. That's wild.
Yes.
You're seeing the exact same thing right there. So now what you're discovering, Dawn, is a shoppable marketplace. It exists in healthcare. I mean, we do need to make it more shoppable, and there's things that we can do to make it more shoppable. I mean, we need radical transparency across the board, not just for these products that you're talking about, but we need it for the hospital costs, our laboratory costs, our costs for our imaging that we need to get. For our primary care doctors or doctors' visits, all of it. And, the other thing I'll mention is that we need radical transparency in what we're paying in Medicare costs, for too long, America's seniors, now they paid in, and I understand that, and I'm paying in too, right? But America's seniors, then they hit 65 and they're like, I'm done, I'm finished, I'm covered. But they're not paying attention to how much is being paid on their behalf. So, for instance, in the hospital, if you're in a hospital setting, many more dollars are paid from Medicare going to nonprofit hospitals that are paid in an independent physician practice. And if the hospital owns an outpatient physician office, many more dollars are paid there too than in an independent practice. What kind of fiscal folly is that? So we have to be wise with our money. I mean, us, all of us that are paying into Medicare should be, pushing on Dr. Oz and all the people at CMS and saying, stop wasting our money. We need site neutrality where we're not paying more just because care happens in one setting. Just like you're thinking to yourself, wait, why would I bother going through my insurance when I can, order this on Amazon and the little drone will eventually deliver it,
Yeah. And quite quickly. Right. Yeah. I know I'm jumping around a little bit, but speaking of drugs, so the New York Times featuring Philadelphia, not in a good way, powerful new drug is creating, quote, a withdrawal crisis in Philadelphia. And Senator Dave McCormick very recently putting out word talking about preventing the next so-called fentanyl crisis, that there's a drug even worse than fentanyl. And right away we were texting back and forth last night, Dr. Mary Mass, and you knew all about this already. Can you update us on that and your opinion about it?
Yeah, I can't say I knew all about it. And look, there's always someone could come along after listening to this show and correct me, and I'd be happy to learn more. They're not new drugs, actually. The nitazines were first developed in the 1950s as an alternative to morphine, but they've never been FDA approved for medical use because it was discovered that they were like very, very powerful. Kind of like a fentanyl type picture. And then now we're starting to see more overdoses that are due to these nitazines. And it's probably actually an undercount to my understanding, because you can't test for them and find them the way that you do standard opioids. And the other scary thing, how there's those like test strips so that if you're a drug user and you're looking to check to make sure that there's no fentanyl because it's very deadly and dangerous, the test strips don't work for these nitazines, and that's really scary. And it should be like triply scary because, and we should be telling all of our children, never purchase a drug, like you're in college, don't ask someone for an ADHD drug. I don't know if you know this, Dawn, but a few years ago in Ohio, there were two college students, and they were killed because they took what they thought was Adderall, but it was actually coming from across the border in Mexico. It was a fake, and it was laced with fentanyl. They could do the same thing with these nitazines. And the really creepy part is that, I discovered through a friend that there was someone that worked for the Venezuelan government, and I think he either had been captured years ago or turned himself in, and he wrote a letter to the president and pointed out that Venezuela was working with Cuba and China and other countries. This is on my Twitter somewhere this morning, or on my X, I should say. But he pointed out that it's one of the ways that Venezuela and China and Cuba were kind of conspiring to take America down. Because like if you kill off young, healthy people, you're taking out your workforce. If you get them addicted, they're not any part of the workforce. You're creating terror in a new and different way. And I wrote about this in 2021, the fact that there were a lot of drugs coming across our border. I mean, I think everyone knows this, right? But at this point, they were fentanyl analogs that were coming from China. And, they have not been our friend. And I think we ought to pay attention to the connections between Venezuela and China and whatever South and Central American countries. I'm not saying all of them. I'm not blaming all the people there. But when you have a porous border, you probably have a bunch of coyotes that are bringing the drugs across. The drugs could be laced with dangerous things like these nitazides. And by the way, to my understanding, a lot of the manufacture of these nitazides is based in China. But why should we be surprised? My good friend and mentor, Rosemary Gibson, everyone should look her up. She wrote a book, and I actually went around and I was honored to advocate with Rosemary 2018, all the way back to 2018. But she wrote a book called, oh gosh, I'm sorry. I can't remember the title of the book right now, but it's about the fact that our drug supply has all been coming from foreign shores for a long time.
Yeah. Need to get it under control.
Yes. Yeah. We need to reshore. We need to reshore our cures and the precursors to them.
Dr. Miriam Mass, we are up against it. I apologize. We had so much going on today. But until next time, my friend, thank you so much, Dr. Miriam Mass. Make sure you follow her on social media. Always a pleasure, for sure.
Year. Book Puerto Rico for next year. Feliz Navidad.
I love it. Hey, Dawn Show continues. We've got some breaking news, developing stories. And remember, Surge Philly, our two guys, Frank and Ian, man, they've been busy over the holidays. We'll tell you where they traveled, what they discovered. The Dawn Show comes right back.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415. Or find them online at retirereadyfg.com. And get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Billy, your gas light's on. We need to stop and fill up.
No way, Jen. Gas around here is too expensive. We can make it a little further.
Billy, listen to your big sister. You don't need to drive all over searching for the lowest gas prices. Do what I do and use Upside.
Upside?
Do you live under a rock, Billy? Upside is the hottest cashback app out there. It's free to download, and you get real cash back for every gallon of gas you buy. I use it all the time, and I've already made around $200.
You can make that kind of cash back just for buying the gas you have to buy anyway?
Yes, I'm looking at the Upside app now, and there's a gas station at the next exit offering 25 cents per gallon cash back.
Okay, I'm stopping to download Upside and fill up my tank. Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code BLING to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, to PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code BLING for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code BLING for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
If you're suffering from burning, tingling, or numb feet, you need to pay special attention as we discuss neuropathy with Dr. Thomas Oliver of Oliver Wellness Center. Doctor, what is neuropathy?
Peripheral neuropathy is actually nerve damage to the feet and legs.
And what are the symptoms?
The major symptoms are pain, numbness, tingling, burning, muscle cramps, coldness in the hands and feet, and problems with balance.
Is neuropathy treatable?
It is absolutely treatable, and we can get great results.
Call 856-347-0032 today to schedule a nerve damage screening. Your nerve damage screening will tell you if you're at risk for serious complications and if you're a candidate for our innovative treatment program. Don't wait until your symptoms are so severe there's nothing that can be done. End-stage neuropathy leaves people confined to walkers, wheelchairs, and even with amputations. Call 856-347-0032. The first 25 callers will receive a free nerve damage screening. Call 856-347-0032.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/term. That's ETHOS.com/term.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
This year, it was important for my business to start strong.
Starting week is not recommended.
But first, I needed a lot of stuff for the office.
Sounds like a shopping spree.
I just went to Staples. They have great prices on everything like ink, toner, printers, paper, and chairs. And now you can get up to 30% off select HP printers.
Up to 30% off HP printers. Am I on a hidden camera show?
No.
Well then, let's go Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in-store, online, or on the app. Ends 131. Select models only.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-823-5544. That's 800-823-5544. 800-823-5544.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Chris, good morning. How are you?
You guys are going to hate this one. Fruity Pebbles.
I knew it. I knew it was Fruity Pebbles.
I had you pick for an Apple Jacks guy myself.
I knew. Fruity Pebbles is so bad for you. Stop right now.
Mama Dawn is going to lecture you, Chris.
I now know that I will outlive one person in this audience. I will outlive Chris.
Not Fruity Pebbles.
Because Chris is eating Fruity Pebbles at 34 for dinner.
And Larry buys this stuff, and then I throw it away. It's the battle in my house.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Experience casino like never before at Bet365. Spin your way through your favorite games. Check out our awesome table games and face off against a real live dealer. And play exclusive games that you simply can't play anywhere else. New Bet365 players get a 100% deposit match bonus up to $1,000 plus spins. Download the app and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically present in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
So much developing today. Wow. Developing all over the place as Nicolas Maduro and his wife Celia, but making their first court appearance this morning in an American courtroom in New York City on the narco-terrorism charges. The Trump administration obviously using those charges, serving them essentially with an international warrant and bringing them back to face, quote unquote, American justice. So Maduro and his wife expected to appear at noon, but they're already in the courthouse, and this is before a judge. I know. Thank you for
I had the
playing
wrong
this
music going there. Sorry about
I
that.
saw. Yeah, I knew that you were. So I will say, if you watched this series, which was the best ever.
I don't know if it's best ever, but a really good series. Yes. Yeah.
And then you learned a lot from this series.
Yes.
About what goes on and how the violence, the so-called gun violence, the drug violence, the gangs, all of this goes together.
Yep.
And how they take advantage of the people of a certain place, whether it's, based in Colombia or whether it's based in this case, in Venezuela. Now, Maduro's lawyers expected to contest the legality of his arrest. Obviously, we learned about all of this operation on Saturday, but they argued that he is immune from prosecution as a sovereign head of a foreign state, but the U.S. doesn't recognize him as Venezuela's legitimate leader. So he is an illegitimate leader in the eyes of this nation as well as many others. And by the way, it's not just Maduro, it's his wife Celia and their son and 3 others accused of working with the drug cartels hand in hand to facilitate the shipment of thousands of tons of cocaine into the United States. They could face life in prison if convicted. So just that update, that court appearance happening within the hour. They're already in the courthouse. Number 2, we'll take you to our Vice President, J.D. Vance, reacting to this arrest after his home in Ohio, in Cincinnati, Ohio, was vandalized. A 26-year-old has been taken into custody. William DeFore, he is identified by the authorities. But in this case, number 1, J.D. Vance, the vice president, stating that his family is okay. They were not home at the time, stating that multiple windows in their Ohio home there in Cincinnati were smashed. The question here is, was this a political targeted attack? If so, why? We know that the vice president, in his statement, he simply says on X, as he released that statement, that his family's okay. Thanks for the well wishes. And then he says some crazy person. But he doesn't say whether this was somebody targeting the family with intent to hurt. We don't know that. So that'll all come out, obviously, in the courts. And then we move on to what's going on with the breaking news this morning of Minnesota governor. This is Governor Walz, as he made the announcement this morning. We've just learned this, that even though he had pretty much a clear path, because there are no term limits for governor in Minnesota, but he's dropping his bid to be governor once again. And so it begs the question, what is about to come out in all of this news about alleged fraud with regard to, in particular,
fight it. This I think I could kick most of their ass. I do think that if they wanted to. I know I can run them, but I don't know if we're going to fall into that place where we want to. Okay, we challenge you to a WWE fight here type.
So, it's not a good look. But in this one, he says, nope, I'm not going to I'm dropping my bid to once again be governor. So he ends his campaign for re-election. And so this is the fallout from all of the alleged fraud and actually from the fraud that we know of. And then we've learned from the Trump administration officials like Pam Bondi announcing the arrests that they've made and people who already pleaded guilty. But he had already launched his third-term bid back in September. And because in light of this scandal now this morning, after the holidays, he announced just this morning he's dropping his bid for a third term as governor amid the stinging criticism of the unsuccess. He's blaming the failed vice presidential run. That's what he's blaming.
No, has nothing to do with.
Nope.
No.
Dan Borowski.
The big elephant in the room, the big Somalian elephant that's sitting there in the corner, Dawn.
Yeah, it's a big elephant, my friend.
They're exposed by online journalist Nick Shirley, who did a hell of a job there, Dawn.
Yeah, among others, and we have some of his very good friends in studio.
Well, one of his Ian was sick today.
Ian's sick today.
Yeah. But we have Frank Scales.
Frank here.
How are you doing?
Frank Scales, Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. I hope 2026 is going well. It's not going well for Tim Walz, but he deserved that. So I like to see justice happening in Minnesota. And that whole situation actually speaks on what independent journalists, and let's not even go there, what young people can do. And more specifically, what independent journalists can do. And I think that's the future.
Yeah. Well, so a couple of things, and did you go to Minnesota? Did you travel to Minneapolis?
So we have not traveled to Minneapolis. It's actually pretty difficult to get there with Frontier and Spirit, but we're looking at a trip to Minneapolis in the next few weeks. We're still deciding if it's something we want to do, but it's definitely a place we've been wanting to go. And we're glad that, others got there to really uncover all of that fraud. I mean, that's the biggest story in the nation. I would say one of the biggest stories this year. One of the biggest scandals in the last, 100 years.
Yeah.
So
billions of dollars, the fleecing of America.
Yep.
Now, I will say a couple of things. Attorney General Pam Bondi, she's speaking out about this, as the Justice Department has been investigating, and I believe she said for months, investigating the fraud claims in Minnesota. And they've already charged about 100 people, maybe 98 people, 85 of them, the vast majority Somali Somali descent. 60 have already been found guilty or pleaded guilty in court. That's one thing. FBI Director Kash Patel, he has been putting out the word that the fraud has been exposed so far is just, he says, the quote of the day, the tip of the large iceberg, the very tip of the iceberg, and saying they'll continue to follow the money and protect children. This investigation very much remains ongoing. Just want to put that out there. The next thing I'll say is, so Nick, who exposed this, is he a friend of yours?
Yeah, so we're not super close, but I've spoken to him a few times. When this all happened and Nick started blowing up, I actually shot him a text. I said, no need to respond. I know you're probably getting blown up, but congratulations and great job. So yeah, I've spoken to Nick. He's an awesome, awesome person. And, you know, it's great to be able to work with him or work on the same issues sometimes, be at the same protests. We actually did an interview with Nick a few months ago. So it was great to do that with him.
And I know that you brought a bunch of video. You came armed with that. So
I don't mean to interrupt.
Yes.
I want to go straight. I'm going to skip ahead to video 6 because
you're
I don't
not
know.
interrupting. You're the executive producer.
You're the
Sir.
hostess with the mostest. Number 6 video that you sent over there, Frank. Always comes prepared. Fantastic stuff on Surge Philly, all over the place. Real quick, Surge Philly. What's that website you guys set up for?
SurgeMedia.us or SurgePhilly.com. Go to either. We have a few. We have our videos on the website, and also if you would like to support us, SurgeMedia.us. We're always looking to do more, and the more resources we have, the more we can do.
All right, so number 6 here. It looks like you were trying to do a similar investigation here in Philadelphia to see if
and
there
we
are.
Actually did, yeah.
So did you find that there are fraud?
So we did. So we went to a daycare, and it appeared to be closed. So we're going to go back this week to double check that because we can't confirm if it's operating or not yet. But what we can confirm is that this organization, Maternity Care Coalition, got $23 million in grants from the government over 4 years to operate daycares.
$23 million.
We went to the daycare, $23 million. We went to the daycare. Nothing was happening. And quite frankly, even if they do open sometime in the future, I mean, that building does not warrant $23 million of investment. We called the number on their website, and what we got was a voicemail that said we are closed for Independence Day. And if you ask me, it was a little bit cold for Independence Day outside of that building.
I got to interrupt because that was the thing that really, I got to say, me and Maisley watched Nick Shirley's entire video, and I'm the kind of guy that I point out flaws a lot of times when I sit there. And through the entire process, Frank, you know this, Dawn, you know this, I just had a child. And we've been looking at daycares. And I got to tell you, even the most legitimate daycare there, Frank, is going to have a closed door. They're going to have a security system. They're not going to come talk to some random guy at the door in order to protect the children. They're going to have blacked out windows a lot of time. So I got to ask, I was going to ask, and it seems that you have, did you call? Did you try to set up an appointment? Because I don't know if Nick tried to do that. And I think that's what you got to do is try to infuse say you're a new parent that you're looking to bring a kid in there 4 or 5 months down the road, add to the waiting list. Can you get an appointment? And you tried that?
Absolutely. So I actually sent a note on their website. I have not received correspondence back asking for childcare. I called the number on their website, and what I got was a voicemail that said they were closed for Independence Day. Again, no correspondence back to my voicemail. And I looked for locations. I looked for more information on their website, places I could go to talk to somebody. I found nothing. All I found was a form to fill out and send in. And I did that, and I still haven't received any communication back. So it appears that they put a bunch of word salad on the website, and they gave you a form to fill out, but you can't really find anywhere to go. And a lot of people might, if you're not looking for fraud, you'll say, oh, well, I sent in a form. You'll forget about it. But you can't go anywhere. You can't get into contact with anyone in particular. And they did have a list of people running the place, but I couldn't find that information. That was not readily available. So we went to the site.
Okay,
so they didn't answer. So we're going to call the number on their website, and let's see if they answer.
Thank you for calling Maternity Care Coalition. We're closed for the Independence Day holiday.
It's a little bit cold for Independence Day.
But so what are you thinking that so in other words, you're giving them maybe a little benefit of the doubt to say if they were closed over the 4th of July and they don't change their voicemail, maybe they were they were closed over the entire holiday season.
Right. So, I'm always going to give people the benefit of the doubt. So we'll go back. We'll do more investigations. The main concern right now is $23 million, and you can't even have a person to get in contact with. You can't even have an updated voicemail. You can't get back to me within a week. I mean, there's serious problems already, even if they do have 5 kids in there, which at this point, I'm doubting.
And so in this one, I'll just ask you this. My suggestion is this, that if you give a tour, and Dan can probably speak to this because he and his wife with the new baby just went through this
Congratulations.
process.
Hey, thank you, brother. Hope everything's going well.
It's going great.
I know we have to hear about the first Christmas with the baby and all that good stuff. That's to come. I can't wait. But the thing about it is that I will ask that I will say, maybe find a couple that's legitimately looking for daycare, because there's an issue journalistically, I'll just say this, where they're going to ask for identification.
Right.
And so when you, as a journalist, if you're investigating this, be careful with out and out lying about your identity and so on. So they're going to, at some point, they're going to ask for identification. I would say you're better off moving forward. Find somebody who legit is looking for daycare in your life, or somebody that could potentially be. So maybe you have a female relative or whatever, somebody who is maybe a mom, a female, or a dad, and they can call and you can be with them. That might be a way to go.
That's smart.
Because then when they show ID, which they will certainly, everybody's going to ask for, to Dan's point, everything is legitimate. It's real. It's somebody potentially looking at daycares. And that's honest. That's legit.
You know what really pisses me off about this whole thing, and I hate to use that phrase, but it's really true. It's I just did all this research, right?
Yeah. The
cheapest we found on for full-time daycare 5 days a week, $16,500, $17,000, looking around $22,000. It's just for a year, right? So the entire purpose of this program on a federal level, on a Minnesota level, is to help parents like me not have to pay $18,000, $22,000 for childcare. And meanwhile, people are taking this subsidized money to help us, young parents, taking it and running the other way, and still childcares and daycares have to charge this kind of amount. Or they do charge, and I don't know if it's a racket or what, but I'm getting screwed.
Well, it's insane, because even the place we went to the website, and, it's all about affordable this, affordable that. They got $23 million in 3 years, $23 million in 4 years. And the bottom line is people can't find childcare, but the money's being spent on it. So where's the money going is a big question. And who's getting rich off of this? Because when we went to the website, it was a bunch of word salad talking about gender equity. Quite frankly, if they're talking about, gender equity and all this stuff, maybe it's better there are no children there. Because, we don't want to be teaching, 2-year-olds that men can be women and women can be men. But that's the type of stuff we found on the website. And why can't parents just find the support they need without having to hear all of that? And again, find no support. I've talked to a few parents who said, I got a list from a government agency saying that these are all the places you could go for childcare. And when they couldn't actually find any childcare. And this was years and years ago. So I think Nick did a great job, and we'll see about, every single childcare facility in Minnesota and the specifics and what ones are frauds and what ones aren't. But I think it was a great reporting job. And, I hope we could do something in Philadelphia like that, because I got a ton of information about different childcare facilities in Philadelphia after we made that video.
Well, I think, I'll say a couple of things. So the story itself, alleged fraud, whether it was, and some of this in Minnesota goes back to the COVID funds, and that was part of what Elon Musk was onto, right? I think that in part, what you have here, we're learning more and more. It wasn't just COVID funds. Now we're learning about these NGOs or money by the billions of dollars earmarked to help fix problems with childcare or subsidize that. And then as well, another investigation is posing as groups that were trying to help autistic children and families, right, with the autistic kids. I will say this, that because of what Dan Borowski just, talked about, the fact that when everybody was on break, everybody was just right after Christmas when the Nick Sorter video, when that hit, right? Or Nick Shirley, I should say, video, when that hit, everybody saw it. All of these couples struggling with paying, like Dan is saying, $20,000 a year, and that's the minimum, and then trying to find a good high-quality daycare. And then they learn about what? Billions of dollars that should have helped us. So it becomes very personal. And I think that's a piece of it. Also, all of these families, caretakers of autistic children, and then they learn what? All of this money that was supposed to help us or help our grandchildren or our grannies, and it was going to where? So I think part of the reason that this has caught on with people, it's so personal, it's so egregious to so many
1,000%
Americans, right? No matter all walks of life, all diversity of people, all affected at once by this.
And not only the people affected directly by it, you bring it up around the table, like we talked about it openly at our Christmas dinner and such.
Yes.
Our relatives are like, "Are you kidding me? Yeah. Like that's $20,000 for a year of childcare? That's nuts."
So it's one of those no-brainers. Everybody agrees this is egregious, horrible, never should happen.
I think that's something Republicans have to double down on, because a lot of times Republicans get labeled cruel. They want to cut different, programs. They want to slim down the government, and you're going to hurt people by doing that.
Yeah.
But a big point we have to make is that a lot of these programs are not actually benefiting people. A lot of that money is getting wasted and can be spent better elsewhere, or there at least needs to be accountability. And I think if Republicans can hit on that, we have a good chance in 2026 and 2028.
Frank Scales. We'll take a quick break and hopefully take some of your calls, 855-839-1210.
Great footage, too. Hey, can we do a Piazza? Do you have that in front of you by chance?
Sure.
Sorry. Usually tell that in your ear, but behind the scenes, some technical
issues.
Yeah, issues with that.
Yeah, and I'm having my own technical issues. I was trying to get contacts.
I like the glasses.
Went to the eye doctor, but I don't know, my prescriptions, I don't know. It's
can you read the
messed up,
but
I can.
Okay.
I can. Because we're talking about the final days of the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. That's at Piazza Hyundai of Westchester as well as Pottstown. Get 0% financing, 60 months plus 0 payments for 90 days on select new models, including the popular Tucson and Santa Fe. 0% interest on the new Hyundai you've been dreaming of from the dealer you trust the most. So hurry to Piazza Hyundai of Westchester, Pottstown during the Getaway Sales Event while you still can. You can always shop online, piazzahyundai.com or piazzaautogroup.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Low average temperatures continue in the forecast today. It'll be partly to mostly cloudy with a high of around 38. A chilly night tonight, partly cloudy, low 30 for the city, colder out in the suburbs. And for Tuesday, partly sunny and not as cold with a high 44.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-823-5544. That's 800-823-5544. 800-823-5544.
Hola, amigos! It's a big noise. Brad Evans from BetMGM tonight. Listen Monday through Friday starting at 6 p.m. Eastern on Westwood One Sports as we cover the biggest sports stories from coast to coast. Get insights on the NFL playoffs, college basketball conference races, and more. Download the Odyssey app now and listen from anywhere. BetMGM tonight, live and interactive, presented by BetMGM. Tune in, Team Huevos.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Hey, Royers Ford, remember to tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT.
Mm-hmm. Nice. Love it. Dan Borowski, I missed you.
I missed you too. I did. It's been too long since we worked together. Yeah.
We'll talk about the baby's first Christmas with Dan and Maisie. We'll get into it, but Ian's, and we, by the way.
first Christmas without her son.
Well, no, he was here.
Oh, he came home?
Flew in.
Okay, good.
What are you saying? That will never happen. Shout out to Ian McGinnis. We are so sorry to hear that
you're
Ian,
feel
sick.
better, bro.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah.
But Frank is here. Frank Scales, Surge Philly. And you brought along, you're armed with a lot of your work. So
yes.
you want to get into it?
Of course. Definitely. We were at a lot of different places. We were at AmFest in Phoenix, Arizona. We were, in New York for New Year's Eve, actually, which was pretty interesting.
You guys go to Times Square?
We did. We didn't actually get in. We stayed outside and we did an interview. And we couldn't get too many people talking about politics, but we got one interview. And that one interview was absolutely insane. So,
which one was that?
That was
Mamdani
Video
supporter?
5. Yeah, the Mamdani supporter.
You want to play that one?
Let's do it.
You support Zoran Mamdani?
Yes, I did. Yes, I do.
Do you think 9/11 was justified?
Just because I'm being recorded, I will not share my opinions on this. But
So you think 9/11 was justified?
Hey, I'm going to pause right there. That's
Oh, my
disgusting.
God.
What?
I'm not saying this, but I know.
You're not saying it, but you're not saying it, right?
I'll leave it open to interpretation. When it comes to an oppressor whose only language they understand is violence, I think violence becomes the only thing necessary to get the point across, especially when 9/11, when October 7th, when events like these don't happen in a vacuum. They have.
So those events are justified?
I would believe so.
To sum it up, October 7th, 9/11, they were justified acts of terror.
They were justified acts of resistance against oppression.
Oh, man.
Yeah, that's one of the most bizarre and evil, actually, I'm going to say evil takes I've ever heard. And, we couldn't get people to talk about politics. This was the first guy who came around the corner and just said something, about Palestine. And then I talked to him a little bit about, general questions, and he immediately got there.
In our book, in the Quran, that there is nothing in our book that teaches us to suffer peacefully.
So it's justified. Terrorism is justified in the Quran?
No, resistance is.
But resistance could look like 9/11 on October 7th, right?
I'm not saying that, no.
Well, you don't have to say. You already did, right?
Also, they were justified acts of resistance.
I like the slow-mo there at the end.
Yeah, if I'm somebody in the Muslim community, as an American, I'm horrified by somebody like this, because I know that I know that on conservative talk radio in many spaces, people say, oh, all these Muslims. I'll just call that out and say that's not the American ideal. In America, people came here originally to escape oppression over their faith. That was us. That was the Pilgrims. That was the original people who came here in the colonies, right? And so I won't say that. I cringe when people say, oh, all Muslims, as if you could take any group and say such a thing. It's wrong. But in this case, there are some people who come to this country, and that's why everybody has to be vetted. That when you come here and when you actually become a citizen of this country, you have to pledge your allegiance to this republic for which it stands, right? That's part of becoming a citizen. And so no matter what country you're coming from, you pledge your allegiance to this republic.
That leads right into video 4 there, too, if you want to introduce that, Dawn or Frank.
Go for it, Frank.
Yeah, so we were actually at AmFest, and this was our last interview we did at AmFest. And this was a European journalist, and she spoke to us about the different, forms of censorship in Europe and in many places in Europe. But she also talked about Islamification in Europe and how it's posing a pretty serious threat and how people are coming to different places without assimilating.
And bring it up because you look at Europe, you look at the assimilation, you kind of have a canary in the coal mine situation happening out there in Western Europe right now, and we're kind of seeing it move into here in the U.S. Dawn, you want that interview?
Yeah.
Many people worried about immigration are also worried about Islamification.
Yeah.
Can you speak on that a little bit?
Have you ever been to Europe?
I haven't.
You would go to certain areas where especially like Brussels. I used to work there in the European Parliament. You go to Brussels North, you walk around, and you're like, am I in Casablanca or is this Brussels? The halal market now is bigger than actually the Christmas market. So we see that the people that have come into our continent have not assimilated over time. They have become actually the dominant culture, and now we have to adjust to them. So they want to make the EU compatible with Sharia law. And it's a problem because our government should be the ones protecting us, but instead they're selling us out. Unless we go on the streets and we march and we take back our sovereignty in a peaceful way. I really want to say that, in a very peaceful way. It's a cliche, and I don't want to repeat myself or any other people, but look, Sharia law is not compatible with Western values. We stand for freedoms, we stand for democracy. It's simply not compatible with the West.
So you think about, this Sharia law, which applies. Wasn't that what Hillary Clinton had talked about, Sharia law? I remember she got in trouble with this. But this is where essentially girls and women, girls as young as 9 years old, that they are not allowed to have an identity. And part of the danger of this is that if you then disallow girls and women from being educated, that's part of it, right? Because if you're not educated as a female, you're easier to do what? Control. If nobody knows what you look like and your face is covered, think about what that means. That means if you disappear, if some violence is done against you and you are snuffed out, if you will, then nobody knows that you're dead because nobody knew you existed. Just think about this. So you are easier to control, rape, beat, abuse, not right? And all of that, that's the problem with Sharia law that I see. Not that everybody does that. I'm not saying that, because there are, some people, if they're living within the law, they believe in conservative values. But that's different. It just exposes that Sharia law in this country is contradictory to the rights that all Americans, that all people have, and that children have, that we want to protect children.
Yeah, it's also contradictory to the freedom of religion and freedom of practice. I mean, what Sharia law is essentially is it's the legal system to enforce Islam. So if you're not Muslim and Sharia law is in place, you will be taxed because you're not a non-Muslim. You have no rights under Sharia law if you're not a Muslim. You are essentially a slave. It is, in my opinion, an evil system, and people who want Sharia law should go to places where Sharia law exists. But if you're going to come here to the United States or even Europe, you need to assimilate to Western culture. And in many ways, that seems kind of in opposition to the tenets of Islam. And somebody who's Muslim may tell you, No, Islam says that wherever you go, you live by the laws of the land. But you see in the United States and even in Europe, what people do who come who are Muslim, they actually get into political office and they rely on different blocks of the population to keep them there. And then they slowly change the laws to where now Sharia courts are being allowed in different parts of Europe. And you're seeing the shift where now people, who were native to the land, Europeans, are now accommodating to the dominant culture, which is Islamic. And it's scary. And it's starting to happen in the United States. There are fears of it happening, and we'll see kind of how we handle that moving forward.
Yeah, and I think as well, you could take any group, if you,
Absolutely.
right? If you take any group that wants to have their own separate laws,
Yes.
that's not what our American system and our Constitution is all about. I
Nope.
mean, in a
Great
simplistic
point.
way.
Yeah, doesn't matter who you are. I mean,
Doesn't matter. Like,
yeah, you can't live by your own laws.
no, I mean,
There's a Family Guy episode where he tries to create his own country, brings a tank into his front yard. No, you can't do that.
I will say this, I'll just, our current governor, Josh Shapiro, when he was attorney general, he went after two different religious groups that I'll bring up. Close-knit Jewish, very traditional Jewish communities in which, and he is Jewish, prosecuted them successfully because they were not really following and I'm simplifying here, but our system of laws. And within that, there was corruption and child abuse and all of that. Similarly, he went after priests, Catholic priests, because he felt like they had their own culture, if you will, were hiding pedophilia within the church. It went back 50 years. I know some of you were very upset about it, but I'm just trying to bring up that sometimes people of all different religions and faiths have tried to abuse and manipulate in a gross way their religion, trying to use that for corrupt or pedophilia type purposes.
Can I ask you though a question, Dawn, or maybe Frank? I mean, I'm playing devil's advocate here, but I look to a great community here in Pennsylvania that kind of live by their own laws.
Can I guess?
Yeah,
Amish
people. So what is different than the Somali community trying to build their own, internalized community out there in Minnesota versus what the Amish did here in Pennsylvania, the Pennsylvania Dutch, and still living the way that they live?
Because the Amish, they're not going around trying to indoctrinate others, right?
It's a great point.
They're just trying to live freely, farm, do their thing. But if you go out to Westchester or beyond Lancaster County, they did assimilate. I mean, they're integrated into the community. So
yeah,
I would say they're compliant with the laws, and they've
Well
also
said.
been here forever. But when you have these different people who are coming from, oftentimes third world countries, and they're coming here into our communities, and they're essentially saying, no, we're going to live our way, and you're going to get used to it. It's the answer is no. We've been here. This is our country, and you're not going to come change our customs because you want to live the way of life that has failed you in your country.
Could you imagine an Amish person running for office and then banning electricity for all of Pennsylvanians?
Exactly, and that.
well, our power bills might go down.
I'm here to cancel your electricity. Yes.
Just no power.
I pulled that Hillary Clinton comment where she endorses Sharia law. If you want that, Dawn.
Oh, sure.
We haven't gotten to the more perfect union, and we fought a civil war over part of it. And people have been protesting, for hundreds of years that, things were not as they should be, given our ideals and how we should be moving toward them. So I think that's what makes us so special as a country. And the idea that you could turn the clock back and try to recreate a world that never was, dominated by, let's say it, white men of a certain persuasion, a certain religion, a certain point of view, a certain ideology, it's just doing such damage to what we should be aiming for. And we were on the path toward that. I mean, imperfectly, lots of, bumps along the way, but I agree with you, we were on the right trajectory.
Yeah, I mean, the thing that, these evil white men built allowed for her existence to sit there on MSNBC and really just, denigrate Western society. And it's gross. And you see this a lot on the left and this goes way back to the French Revolution when the left and right, left meant no religious foundation, right meant a religious foundation. Really, it was conservative and liberal, but really the foundation was religious. The people on the left today have no religious foundation. So they don't believe our society was founded in Judeo-Christian values. And oftentimes they're absorbed by other cultures. So they're being absorbed by Islam in a lot of the cases because they don't have that foundation that I believe every human needs. Mm-hmm. I believe that our society was founded in Judeo-Christian values. And I think an individual needs to have a spiritual and religious belief, or they're going to be absorbed by whatever way the wind blows. And right now the wind's blowing is blowing in Islam's direction. So people like Hillary Clinton, young people on the street, protesters, a lot of the times protesting for Palestine, they're leftists who are being absorbed into Islam, which is a far, 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 far right ideology that does not respect women, does not respect the individual, and does not respect anything except for, conquering societies in the name of Allah, in the name of, Islam.
Frank Scales, I'm glad you're well. Our our friend Ian, Surge Philly. We want to continue to follow you, and I'm just so proud of you, and really watching you take off, and people, getting to know you, not just here in the Philadelphia region, which is your home, but across the nation. It's exciting to watch you and see where you'll go next.
I appreciate you. We'll be going different places very soon. Washington, D.C. soon. But I would really like to end off with the exclamation that immigration without assimilation is invasion. We can have immigration, maybe. Maybe we want to stop it for some time. But if people don't assimilate, it's an invasion. But thank you for having me on, and I hope 2026 is good for everyone.
I think it'll be a good year for you in more ways than you probably even know, but a lot of things happening, a lot of doors opening. So Frank Scales,
God is good.
Bless. Yes,
SurgeMedia.us. SurgeMedia.us.
Thanks,
God bless.
We haven't talked about Christmas, the first Christmas with the baby, with Dan and Maisie. And so we have to touch on that. Please. And get your calls or your thoughts, 855-839-1210. And we'll give you some updates, too. As Maduro is Maduro. That was my Delco Maduro accent, you guys. Maduro.
Maduro.
They did not give him a hoagie. But he's 15 minutes away from this court appearance, so we'll get the latest with that. So much happy. Thanks for being here. It's good to be back with you. What did you do over the holidays? Did you lose weight? Did you gain weight? Do you have New Year's resolutions that you hope that you can make happen? This is the Dawn Stenslin Show. Be right back.
The headlines about Social Security are scary. What do you do if they cut back? Tune in to the Retirement Spectrum with Alan Cohen, Saturdays at 6 a.m. and 3 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 1039 FM.
The first court appearance for Venezuelan leader Nicolas Maduro and his wife in New York. Funeral today for the Delaware state trooper who was gunned down at a DMV right before Christmas. And beginning today, there will be 3 months of disruptions on SEPTA's Fox Chase line during the middle of the day.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Maybe it's time to take a fresh look at everything we thought we knew about landing a great job. For instance, what if phenomenal careers start at the middle school science fair instead of at the job fair? If being the captain of the robotics team means just as much on a college application as being captain of the football team. And if knowing the quadratic formula is every bit as important as knowing the right people. Well, the fact is, the jobs of the future will be heavily geared towards science, technology, engineering, and math. In other words, the future is STEM. More opportunities, better pay. And the road to these great jobs starts as early as middle school. So if you're a student, talk to your school counselor about STEM. If you're a parent, talk to your kids. Because the job you'll get in the future may very well depend on what you do today. A public service message from America's Navy.
After the holidays, you notice the little things. Your living room didn't really have enough cozy seating. The coffee table felt too small, and those awkward corners never got used. Luckily, Bucks County Estate Traders has everything you need to make your living space stylish, comfortable, and completely functional. During our New Year New Home Sale, enjoy 20 to 50% off furniture, decor, and one-of-a-kind finds that make your home feel complete. Reworking your house into a home doesn't need to wait. Shop in our Hatfield showroom or online at buckscountyestatetraders.com. Sale runs January 2nd to 9th. Exclusions apply.
When you need them, your local volunteer fire department routinely answers the call. Whether it be a fire, traffic accident, or a cat stuck in a tree, there is always someone there for you. However, because of declines in memberships, departments are becoming understaffed and struggling. Here's how you can help your neighbors and your community. No matter what skills you may possess, you can make a difference. Your local volunteer fire department desperately needs your help. Can you direct traffic, install a smoke alarm, help at fundraisers? Your community needs you. You don't have to fight fire to be a volunteer. Will you make that difference? Will you answer the call? Brought to you by the National Volunteer Firefighter Recruitment Center, a program service of the Volunteer Firefighter Alliance. For more information on how you can help and make a difference, visit www.nvfrc.org. That's www.nvfrc.org.
Free speech lives here. With Don Stensland, 10 till noon. On Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
Monday morning, we're going to heat up to a balmy 38 degrees today on this Monday morning, January the 5th. But
Nice and
we'll be
warm.
in the 60s by the end of the week. So it's going to feel like spring.
Really?
Yes.
That's great.
Okay.
I still got to walk my dog miles a day, which is fantastic. Yeah, no, it sucks.
So
It's not an all
we
moment.
want to give the YouTube audience, because we love you, we want to give you some love. And Dan Borowski is going to share something big. So,
Yeah. Well, after long thought and just the holiday mood, maybe I thought I'd show the little one. Yeah, little Amelia. So let's
see her debut.
Yes, youtube.com/@1210WPHT if you want to see the little one that we've been so much talking about.
She is, look at her. Look at her little face.
Yeah, there's a little one that's sideways, so. But hold on, let me
in a baby swing.
pull up a different picture of her. But,
Sweet little face.
Yeah, she's
Such a cutie pie.
Yeah, we had our great first Christmas. We had family come by and just a wonderful, wonderful time. And such a different experience having a child
Yes.
that I got to experience for the first time. And it's wonderful. It's, a time of giving, not receiving, which is fantastic. And it's just so rewarding. And we have nieces and nephews that are young, so we were lauded with gifts. We lauded them with gifts. And there's a little one sitting in front of the tree.
Let's see. Oh my gosh. Look at her little red outfit and her little cherub cheeks.
Yeah. She's got the Borowski cheeks, but the rest of her looks like Maisie. Yeah.
How's Maisie doing?
She's doing great. Yeah, Maisie's doing fantastically. She's about halfway through her leave. We're sleeping through the night, which is nice. We put her down around 9-10 p.m. She doesn't wake up till about 6 a.m. Usually Maisie's the one getting up with her at 6, puts her back down, and we get to sleep in a little bit. It's been wonderful, but we do know that coming up in a few months, we're going to have a revamp of the not sleeping,
Teething.
infant. Yeah, and every 2 hours having to wake up. So definitely looking forward to that one.
What?
Fantastic,
I'm so excited for
fantastic
you.
Christmas. Yes.
It's a great time of life, with the baby. And then once she starts walking, then that's the whole new thing. The pitter patter of feet. Will she be a climber? So you never know.
That's the scary part. Because I live in a townhouse and we have like the split level, 3 levels, and the stairs, and we already have the gates up. She can't even move. We're nervous when she starts walking and tumbling down the stairs. And we had an instance. So this happened Christmas, the Sunday after Christmas. We have extended family over. And an absolutely wonderfully beautiful thing that my mom's best friend did for us is when we cleared out my grandmother's house about 10 years ago, she actually took an antique chair that was in the family for a long time, and she had it refurbished, gave it to us at our baby shower.
Oh.
Honestly, it was the best gift I received that day. I'm sitting there rocking the baby with the family on Sunday, and my fat butt it explodes.
What? The chair exploded?
The chair explodes under me, and I fall on my
Is the
fat
baby
butt.
okay?
Baby's in my arms, now upside down, crying, and we're nervous as anything. Because all that has to, this is an antique wooden rocking chair. All that has to happen is one of those bars come off. It can be a scary situation, but no, she's completely fine, upside down, crying. But yeah,
I'm so
it's quite
sorry.
yeah, I actually have video footage of that happening. Well, not of I have the crash. I can pull up here at
see.
some point. Yeah, let's see if I can get it with enough time. But
Scary.
yeah, how was your Christmas, Dawn?
Good.
Yeah.
Great. Nobody was sick. Knock wood. Last year, remember last year we had this weird like flu that went through the house, 2 different flus and so on and so forth. But this year it was great. It was good to see family. My sister-in-law, Kathleen, was hospitalized. She's been battling cancer. Thank you for all your prayers for her. So she's in the hospital as I speak, but she's expected to get out today. So that was a little rough, but we did get to see her.
So she was all throughout the holidays?
No, we actually saw her Christmas. We saw her for Christmas dinner, all of that. It was a couple days after Christmas. So we gave it, she loved that we gave a shout out to her during our marathon coverage of Mother's Day.
That's amazing.
So, and by the way, we'll wait to hear that announcement, but a big announcement coming as far as the mummers, because there will be, and this will make history. Usually we're talking about New Year's Day, the tradition, which went on, but not with the strings, not with the string band competition. So when will that happen? TikTok, we'll find out. So I'm working on that as far as that big announcement, but that'll be exciting. And I believe they've asked Larry and I to be part of it, but we'll see what they announce. I don't want to jump ahead, but it's pretty exciting.
That's awesome. I'm excited to hear about the announcement. I do have that screen recording.
Yeah, let's see it.
You want to hear it?
Yeah.
It's more of an audio thing.
It's audio? Okay.
So what you'll see is my brother-in-law sitting in our recliner, his little child, and...
Oh my God.
Yeah, so that crash noise was the chair just snapping under me. So one more
the baby,
time.
did she... Oh, I hear the baby.
Yeah.
I do hear, and that's if it's, I mean, you feel bad that the chair, but it's an antique chair, but the fact that the baby cried, like, I'm sure you were, had that moment of terror.
We were all scared crapless.
But she's okay.
That was the
She's
first-
okay, right? I mean,
Yeah, it was the first big
not
incident.
injured.
Like we've never dropped her or anything like that, and that was the first time we've had anything that was check the baby. Luckily, though, the extended family that we had over, a nurse in a NICU, so she gave a little Amelia a nice little check through, and everything turned out okay. So
thank God. Yeah. Thank God.
Yeah. One more time for the.
Stop. Oh, listen to her little cry. Tiny little baby.
I can laugh about it because everyone's okay now.
Yeah. But it's a little scary. So I know that at any moment, one of the big international stories, Maduro in court, and then the question about, moving forward with a couple of things in Philadelphia. I know that Commissioner Bethel and Mayor Parker, as we're hearing with the headlines about the safest as far as, homicides down so far in this country, but then as well, new techniques, including drones and other technology that, for example, our Commissioner Bethel and our local police are working on. And that's at the same time that in Delaware, we have for the Delaware State Trooper, his funeral. And you think about de-escalation, you think of the danger that our law enforcement officers are in every single day on this day of a young state trooper in our area is laid to rest with his young widow and 1-year-old baby. So a lot swirling with regards to that. And then President Trump, will Cuba fall next? Will democracy come to Cuba? So all of these topical stories that we've been looking at since 6 o'clock this morning.
Just before we go, youtube.com/@1210WPHT to see the end result of said chair after an explosion.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah.
Oh, it's fixable, but I probably would not risk sitting in it with a baby.
Yeah, that's the thing is,
just
I'd be petrified to sit in it
right.
again, even if I fixed it.
Have some bolstered, maybe take it to Bucks County Estate Traders. They could probably fix it for
Nothing compared to Dom's Barca Lounger, though.
you. Ooh, Dom
Wonder where that is
Giordano.
now.
That was
Dom.
the worst move ever, putting that Barco Lounger out.
Dom
It was outrageous.
Don, I don't know if you know, but Dom had a chair he was obsessed with for the longest time, and Roe finally won him over to put it out to the curb. And
Not exactly. It was Luke's girlfriend who made us pick out a new recliner. Worst move I have now. The recliner fits perfectly. It's got another 50 years in it.
that would be the father of the groom's speech.
Yeah.
You ruined my.
Is there a father of the groom speech? I demand an hour at least. I do a 3-hour show.
Well, Dom, I hope you and Ro and your family had a wonderful Christmas. Happy New Year. Here we are back again. The time flew.
Absolutely. Same to you and Larry, Dawn. And the return of Scott Presler today. People asking what happened to him. He's refreshed. He's ready to go. And the hair looks pristine.
Yeah, that hair. He should do hair commercials.
Oh, God. It's the pro guy. He could do it with the guy that played safety for the Steelers. Perfect.
A great Dom show just ahead.
In Africa, 5-year-old Chiru has no choice. She and millions like her must walk miles every day for dirty water. But together, we can end their walk by providing clean water close by. Instead of spending hours walking to get water that makes them sick, girls can be in a classroom that expands their minds, and moms will gain back time to care for their families. Sons and daughters can grow up strong, finally free of sicknesses caused by dirty water. At World Vision, care about clean water runs deep. Deep enough to reach one new person with clean water every 10 seconds. Because every child, every person, everywhere deserves clean water and the chance to rise to their full potential. It's true. When you just add water, you change a life. Learn more at worldvision.org.
I dared Archwell Health to keep track of my vitals and my grandkids' names.
I dared Archwell Health to simplify my prescriptions, so Max and I have more time to play. Good boy.
And I dared Archwell Health to be closer than my neighborhood coffee shop.
Our members dared us to do more as a primary care provider for adults age 60 and up. So we made it our mission. Visit archwellhealth.com and become a member today. Archwell Health. We dare to care.
Searching for a new path to wellness? Dr. Molly Fantasia explains how medical hydration therapy can help you reclaim your energy. Listen to Health Watch, Sunday mornings at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, it is Dom time. Good to be out of the New Year's lull. And what a news day. I think the thing that's happened just in the last, couple of hours is that Secretary of War Pete Hegseth is moving on Mark Kelly over the whole debacle of illegal orders. So it's not a done deal yet, but they're moving the process to, I guess, deal with his rank post his service and also his pension, etc. And of course, in the wake of what's happened over the weekend, you can imagine the backfire on that. I was all set, but I'll be honest. And if enough people convince me, I'll do it tomorrow to do the side question today on things in our society that are still all out, gold standard. Because at the top are the Navy SEALs. I can't say that about the U.S. military overall. You got to call them as you see them, and that's part of what Hegseth is trying to restore. You know that. Not that it's bad. It's still the greatest military in the world, but you know what I mean. There have been enough nonsensical things involved with the military under Biden and Obama that it's gone downhill a bit. But the Navy SEALs have not. And the reason for that, one of my takeaways from this weekend is look what they did here with bin Laden, getting him, killing him. It was in a more remote relatively, not dismissing the sheer audacity and the ability to carry it out, but this is much more difficult. Military compound. Did Maduro not have a sense that he better sleep in the safe room? Is it really true that Maduro's dancing set Trump off because it was so nonchalant? Maybe I look like a pretty good dancer to me. I happen to think as a leader, if you can dance and work that into your thing, look at Trump. People like that. It's a signature. It's something else that adds to it. And with Maduro, they saw it as he was flouting their advisories to him to get the hell out of Dodge. How did Democrats counter this? Well, some of them, and I'll play you some of it. I'm going to play you Marco Rubio, who really is the go-to guy. Boy, think of where we've come from the battle of Trump and Rubio in 2012. Little Marco, the whole thing, right? Arguing about various sizing. Okay. Now he's the go-to guy. And we're looking at Cuba next. The only fly in the ointment for me, and I got to be honest, it's not a fly in the ointment. I'll tell you the Democrat response. Think affordability. Oh, yes, that's where they're going with affordability. The only fly in the ointment or work undone. This is a good thing. Cuba would be a good thing if they don't have the Venezuelan money and they fall. But the place I'm most concerned about, and I'm not going to tell you stuff just to pump up Trump, because this was a coup here, a masterpiece. But the Mexican cartels, that's where we got to go. I realize Mexico is an, quote, ally. The woman sort of says the right things ahead and all that. I've been there. Juarez, interviewing the mayor. Why so many school deaths, Mr. Mayor? For the blast. For the blast. Uh-oh, let's get out of Dodge. This interview's over after a half hour. So, take out their factories. Put the fear of God in them. Could we take out enough of the cartel infrastructure and enough of the cartel members to truly make a dent when it comes to fentanyl? Kash Patel on Fox and Friends today said the amount of fentanyl they seize one way or another this year would kill 175 million Americans. You probably know that might just be enough to be in a lunch basket or something. This can kill thousands of people just with a smidgen. That's how dangerous it is. And where is that the case? It's in Mexico. Much more than Venezuela. Mexico. Now, I'm not sure why the president hasn't hit that. There's all kinds of reasons. I trust Ron DeSantis, though. I think he would have. All right, 855-839-1210. That's how you get on board. The Houlihan and Kamala Harris, among others, tweeting out, Harris, this doesn't make us safer, stronger, or make things more affordable. Notice where Democrats are going. And look, when you got nothing, they have nothing. They haven't had anything for quite a while. Lashing yourself to the affordability thing, if I happen to be an advisor, not giving, information to them just to sink them, I'd say, yeah, stick with that. So the only problem with this, I'm seeing signs, and you're going to see them before the end of January. CNBC this morning about inflation moving backward. The only thing you don't want to do is let the perception be you're more concerned with stuff like this than you are with making life more affordable, et cetera. You know what I'm talking about. So, Tommy just said inflation. I'm talking about perception with this stuff. That's the only thing, and that's why that's where they're going. Houlihan, out of control, how outrageous, extra constitutional, rogue. How is this making things more affordable in Chester County? You have an entire party dedicated to not making life affordable. Mandani saying, yes, I telephoned the White House and said it was an outrage, and the operator hung up. No, he claims to have talked to Trump. I can see Trump now. All right, here's the highlight of the weekend, though, that I'll play for you that I think Rubio really, this was, yes, we do have on here. I think we have it on here, Henry, right? Do we have Raditz on here?
Raditz? No.
Yeah, I thought I sent that.
I have Brennan and Welker.
No, Raditz and Vance, too, though, if you can. I thought, I don't think I sent a link, but I think we'll play it the second segment then. Martha Raditz with the Venezuelan gangs. Martha, listen to yourself. But here is Rubio, and this is similar to that with Margaret Brennan, who I think is a lot better than the Skeletor. And Brennan is saying, well, why do you not get the others then? Why not arrest all of his henchmen in one? Imagine this. We knocked out the lights. There was a cyber attack to do that. We had 150 planes, I believe, involved in one way or another to bomb, to distract, and to have the military stand down. We go in. We're ready if he gets in the safe room to get him out of there. We come out without anyone being hit seriously, and all of our helicopters intact. And Margaret Brennan wants to know why we didn't lock up more of the henchmen. Here's how it sounded with Rubio.
I'm confused. Are they still wanted by the United States? Why didn't you arrest them if you are taking out the narco-terrorist regime?
You're confused? I don't know why that's confusing to you.
They're still in power.
It's very simple. You're not going to go in and wrap up. But you can't go. You're going to go in and suck up 5 people. They're already complaining about this one operation. Imagine the howls we would have from everybody else if we actually had to go and stay there 4 days to capture 4 other people. We got the top priority. The number one person on the list was the guy who claimed to be the president of the country that he was not. And he was arrested along with his wife, who was also indicted. And that was a pretty sophisticated and, frankly, complicated operation.
It was.
It is not easy to land helicopters in the middle of the largest military base in the country. The guy lived on a military base. Land within 3 minutes, kick down his door, grab him, put him in handcuffs, read him his rights, put him in a helicopter, and leave the country without losing any American or any American assets. That's not an easy mission. And you're asking me why didn't we do that in 5 other places at the same time? I mean, that's absurd. I do think this is one of the most, daring, complicated, sophisticated missions this country has carried out in a very long time. Tremendous credit to the U.S. military personnel who did it. It was unbelievable and tremendous success. And today, an indicted drug trafficker who was not the legitimate president of Venezuela, who we don't recognize, the Biden administration didn't recognize, 60-something countries don't recognize, the European Union doesn't recognize, and many countries in Latin America don't recognize. He was a indicted drug trafficker. He was arrested. His wife was arrested, also
but the
indicted, and they are now
others who are also indicted are still
system of courts.
The others who are also indicted are still in place. So that's the point of my questioning there. But you talked about not being the legitimate president.
So you wanted us to land in 5 other military bases?
No, I'm asking why you chose that this was the limit of the military operation.
Oh my God! He explained it 3 times.
To your point that you just made that Maduro was not the legitimate president.
He was the guy who was claiming to be the president.
Right. Well, the opposition.
He was the top target.
Okay.
Oh, my goodness. And Brennan's better than Raditz. Henry, any Raditz update there? My faux pas. Maybe I didn't send it in.
Is this the J.D. Vance one?
Yeah, J.D. Vance.
Oh, yeah, give me a second.
Yeah. All right. Well, next, we have to build up to that anyhow. It's like A Few Good Men. It's not just Raditz saying, only one, about the Venezuelan drug gangs controlling in Aurora, Colorado, an apartment complex. It's when Vance says, Martha, listen to yourself. All right, I'll play it now. What the heck? It's a Monday. This I was thinking about. I jotted on my big pad as this was happening when I woke up Saturday morning. Raditz. Martha Raditz was effusive in her praise of this early on. I think I know why. You talk about Elbert ABC. They're going, did you have to say only one? Here's the exchange with J.D. Vance about the Venezuelan drug gangs with Martha Raditz.
The incidents were limited to a handful of
apartment complexes, and the mayor said our dedicated police officers have acted on those concerns. A handful of problems.
Only, Martha, do you hear yourself? Only a handful of apartment complexes in America were taken over by Venezuelan gangs, and Donald Trump is the problem, and not Kamala Harris's open border. Americans are so fed up with what's going on, and they have every right to be. And I really find this exchange, Martha, sort of interesting because you seem to be more focused with nitpicking everything that Donald Trump has said rather than acknowledging that apartment complexes in the United States of America are being taken over by violent gangs. I worry so much more about that problem than anything else here. We've got to get American communities in a safe space again. And unfortunately, when you let people in by the millions, most of whom are unvetted, most of whom you don't know who they really are, you're going to have problems like this. Kamala Harris, 94 executive orders that undid Donald Trump's successful border policies. We knew this stuff would happen. They bragged about opening the border, and now we have the consequences, and we're living with it. We can do so much better, but frankly, we're not going to do better, Martha, unless Donald Trump calls this stuff out. I'm glad that he did.
All right. Wait a minute. Oh, we didn't have her at the end there, Henry, too. I guess that's a short version, where she says, only one. She couldn't let it go. She still had to go with that. All right. So you remember that exchange. That's an all-timer. Do you hear yourself? Yeah, only a handful. In America. Now, there's a storyline that says one of the things they're after here, too, is to get people back to Venezuela. If they want to go back, this protection order for Venezuelans who are here under that protection order, that's going to dry up too. So there's a multitude of reasons associated with this. So I may do something on the Navy SEALs tomorrow. We had one Navy SEAL in studio with me once, and it's just impressive beyond belief. Just the training, what they go through. You know, the NFL, I think, comes close. There's no fooling around. You see how tight it was yesterday. They're going to take anybody they can. Yeah, if he's a criminal, can we get away with another week? Can he kick a field goal? Yeah, but, I mean, he's a fugitive. Put him out there, and then we'll deal with it later. We won the Super Bowl. Philadelphia makes a fugitive mayor. It was a trumped-up charge. Okay. We'll get to it. I know Henry and Air. We're going to see the wisdom of Nick Sirianni play out. Not that I'm a Monday morning quarterback. I may have won a bet on this, too. I forget what it was.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, okay.
They didn't win. They didn't cover.
Right. It was shocking. A bit, anyhow. Okay. So, side question today, though. We've been talking about this. We had fun over New Year's with it. Larry David saying you can't say New Year's after January 7th. I've already reached 13 people today that I wish Happy New Year to. I'm like on a Happy New Year binge just to spite Larry David. And on January 7th, I'm going to say it 100 times.
Ugh.
See a guy walking down the street, Happy New Year. January 8th, 200 times. Yeah. It just bothered me. So we're looking for an unwritten rule, all-time unwritten rule. Used to be the one nobody followed. Don't wear white after Labor Day. It was a whole thing with the wealthy, et cetera. And we have the Larry David one. I think a lot of rules I would put under buffer zones. So in other words, with urinals. You come into a urinal and there's one guy there and there's nobody else, you got to go even farther to the other side. You have to put up a buffer zone of a football field if you can.
Yeah, absolutely.
Same thing in a movie thing. You know, don't sit next to the person. Give them a little space to stretch out.
Oh, I think that's crazy if you sit next to someone in a movie.
Oh, yeah,
Unless it's a packed theater.
Like, what the hell? What's going on here? Why do you have to make me move in this aisle? There's plenty of other aisles.
Yeah, I don't want to share the armrest with you.
There you go. Buffer zones. All right, Henry, what's yours?
Yeah, how about some taking and some giving here? How about not taking the last piece of food, the last piece of pie, so to speak, without replacing it at least, or saying, I want to save this for someone else. I feel like that's the right thing to do most times.
Exactly. Yes, at dinner, I think I took the last piece of bread. It was great, and I'm not sure if the other person there, I won't say names, may have wanted it. It was unclear, so I should have cleared it up and said, "Are you going to be eating that?"
Yeah, you got to offer it up first. Anyone want this?
It was so good, though. His head was turned. Come on, give me a break. All right. How about you, Sean? You want to?
Hey, Dom. So this one right here, I think it's something as around your style, like definitely as an English teacher and stuff. I was always told to never talk while having gum in your mouth.
Well, sure.
So I just felt like that's one of the biggest things that I have to always follow, to not chew gum while speaking.
All right. That's pretty good.
Good advice for the radio, too.
Oh, exactly. Don't be eating a steak here while you're doing a show. All right. Hit us with that. 855-839-1210. AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All that I need you to do is push pound 1210. Of course, we have the open question now. What happens with Venezuela? Who governs it? How does that work? You have Marjorie Taylor Greene and others attacking from the right, if you will, saying this is not America first. That dog's not going to hunt. It is America first. And you heard the exchange, if you remember, with Martha Raddatz, and then also the exchange with Brennan there. Well, why didn't you bring all these people in at once? I am shocked. They were able to penetrate Venezuelan airspace, turn out the lights. He couldn't even get into the safe room. They had blowtorches ready to get him out of that. And look, it would be impossible for our society, for every institution, to hold themselves to the standards of the Navy SEALs or the NFL. I mean, that would be maniacal. I'd like to do it for the radio show, but, it's pretty crazy to think that. Come on, Henry. Why is the UN Secretary General not seated next to Larry Krasner today? I want them both on, And the NFL, anything down to the granular level. And they still make mistakes. They still do stuff that you shake your head and say, what the hell are they thinking about here? Whew. For example, Tanner McGee, Henry, really exposed himself. You know what play exposed him? The last play of the game. You got to throw the ball in bounds.
It's got to stay.
I don't care whatever you're thinking. In that moment, I don't think you can start in quarterback in the NFL if you don't throw the ball in bounds on that play.
I agree, and that comes with a little seasoning, I think, getting more reps, which he clearly needs. I mean, he wasn't leading receivers on with his throws. He was throwing behind Britton Covey all day.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, though, on a play like that, you know the only shot you have, the ball's got to be in bounds. You cannot let the ball go out of bounds. I just don't understand.
It's not enough game reps. You know, in practice, it's like, oh, I got it. And then you're in the game. You're like, I'll throw it. That's there. Yeah. I'm not saying we should be playing Tanner McKee.
I think there's a football IQ issue there. When Keely Ringo runs to the back of the end zone, allegedly to guard, and just lets a guy walk in who's played in 15 different teams and leagues. Pretty shocking.
That was flabbergasting. I was screaming at the TV at that.
Yeah, the guy may be fast, but that's, wow. Yeah. Dick Fangio, man.
The whole secondary, really.
I think candles are being lit. Oh, yeah. If anybody goes down in the secondary, oh, my God.
Say your prayers.
And you know what? Refs see this, and they think the one guy, the other side.
Bennett?
Yeah, he holds every time.
Yeah.
And they're going to call it now more. He just can't help himself. Imagine this guy in a movie theater with a date. I mean, he's handsy beyond belief.
Well, they just double moved him to death because they knew he'd bite every time.
Oh, God. All right, 855-839-1210. Hit us on the side. Your sense, I don't see any major downside here with Venezuela, except it is always a caution. When you go in, you take over. How are you going to get your way to the elections without chaos breaking out? That's the issue. But as far as Venezuelans around the world, they're overjoyed with what has happened here. Yet the media, they're not going to go there. 855-839-1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
The smartphone has made us stupid. We live in a society where you are just programmed now to have this thing in your hand. It's like an addiction. It's like smoking or drinking. You don't even know you're doing it. How many times are you in a setting where there's zero reason for you to have your phone in your hand? It's almost become a crutch in society to avoid social interactions with people.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark? I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
When you go on vacation, does it make sense to have someone else pack for you? Of course not. The same can be said for your retirement. Your 401k could be packed with things you don't know about or even need. If you're close to retirement but don't have a plan customized to your goals, that's kind of like taking a 30-year vacation with no idea what's in your suitcase. Seems like a stressful way to start what should be a relaxing time. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group can help you unpack your savings and build a plan to help reduce future taxes, along with a clearly defined income strategy. Call Jim at 610-894-7415 for your complimentary retirement game plan, or visit retirereadyfg.com. That's 610-894-7415.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
All right, Dom Show. Welcome in, everyone. Dom Giordano, 855-839-1210. You get on board. If I had to pick the #1 phraseology or meme about what happened here in Venezuela over the weekend, it would be playing off Mondani. When he said it out loud at his inaugural, you know, the idea of the frigidity of rugged individualism versus the warmth of collectivism. And if you missed the shows, because I was on New Year's Day when it happened, Friday, we drilled down that the guy who is the second in command to Putin negotiates with Witkoff and Jared Kushner when they go over there. He went on Twitter to say, comrade, he called him comrade, first of all. Comrade, collectivism has been tried before. In other words, Ixnay, that's not our brand, collectivism. We're not doing that. And yet, he knew exactly what he's doing. So here is his tenant director. This is cut 17. This is a woman in charge of where he's already talking about bringing people before tribunals that are landlords. My God. Look, there are bad landlords, but in places like Philadelphia and New York, you can imagine some of the things they have to deal with tenants. Here is his tenant director, though, talking about private property. We're going to transition from that. Here's what she had to say.
I think the reality is that for centuries, we've really treated property as an individualized good and not a collective good. And we are going to transitioning to treating it as a collective good and towards a model of shared equity will require that we think about it differently. And it will mean that families, especially white families, but some POC families who are homeowners as well, are going to have a different relationship to property than the one that we currently have.
Can you imagine? I'm standing up in a chair looking toward New York now. I have their binoculars, Henry. I'm bringing them in tomorrow. Yeah, I got them. Ro got them for me. Do you hear that lilt of this Valley Girl commie at the end, the Valley Girl commie, that lilt in her voice? Mm-hmm. All this jump up. We're going to have a different relationship to private property. Could there be anything more insulting, more un-American, more communistic? They're saying it. And the mob, is the mob going to go, that's right. I want to come over and put my feet up. I want to watch a big screen TV. Henry Michette's got one. Let's break in. I like what Dom's wife is cooking tonight. Let's go over there and watch TV. Yeah, but you know what? You shouldn't be playing football here, tearing up my lawn. No, I come out. You're not playing soccer on my lawn. Yeah, but it's Ronaldo. Just may have made that up. I don't care.
That's a player.
I don't care. If it's Pele, yeah, Pele can play soccer on my lawn. The rest of this stuff, you're not playing soccer. Yeah, but soccer is going to be our national sport. Your property rights do not qualify on this. We want to play soccer here. This is what you're going to see. It's mayhem already. And that woman's voice sounds like kindergarten with a Valley Girl lilt to it at the same time. Let's hear it one more time. This is the tenant director.
I think the reality is that for centuries, we've really treated property as an individualized good and not a collective good. And we are going to transitioning to treating it as a collective good and towards a model of shared equity will require that we think about it differently. And it will mean that families, especially white families, but some DOT families who are homeowners as well, are going to have a different relationship to property than the one that we currently have.
Okay, it's going to be bad in New York. You wanted it, but for the rest of the country, this is going to be difficult for the midterms with them. Lance in South Philly, Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Lance, Happy New Year.
Same to you, Dom. Same to you. If you want to talk about landlords and tenants, I could talk forever. But I digress. The unwritten rule, because we live in Philadelphia, is if I bust my hump digging out a spot in the snow, you don't park there.
That's exactly right. I love the way that you put it. You know what, though, Lance? We're losing South Philly. About 5 years ago, I had a guy call me from South Philly, like 12th and McKean, say, no, you don't. I was ready to just ditch the show and drive right down there. Can you imagine South Philly saying that?
He must be a transplant. That's the unwritten rule.
Absolutely. Thank you. Playing to the judge, Henry. That's a finalist right there.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Absolutely. All right. Coming up, the great John Yoo is with us. All right. Now, you may remember him back to the Bush years, Gitmo and all that. He is a big-time attorney called upon by everybody, calling in early, too. He believes what was done over the weekend was constitutional. He's going to lay that out, and we'll talk with him ongoing about that and a couple of other things. John Yoo, nobody better to bring on today with Dom on Talk Radio 1210.
Walter Sterling.
The guy who's running the boat, he's not going to help you. You start to pull in one of those giant fish, he's not going to help you. I start to wind it in, and I want to stop, but you can't stop because you're a guy.
And I think I'm going to die.
I have never had so much exercise as when I went deep sea fishing, and therefore I will never go again.
Sterling. Every damn night. Sunday through Friday nights at 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. TNC Supply.
If you're suffering from burning, tingling, or numb feet, you need to pay special attention as we discuss neuropathy with Dr. Thomas Oliver of Oliver Wellness Center. Doctor, what is neuropathy?
Peripheral neuropathy is actually nerve damage to the feet and legs.
And what are the symptoms?
The major symptoms are pain, numbness, tingling, burning, muscle cramps, coldness in the hands and feet, and problems with balance.
Is neuropathy treatable?
It is absolutely treatable, and we can get great results.
Call 856-347-0032 today to schedule a nerve damage screening. Your nerve damage screening will tell you if you're at risk for serious complications and if you're a candidate for our innovative treatment program. Don't wait until your symptoms are so severe there's nothing that can be done. End-stage neuropathy leaves people confined to walkers, wheelchairs, and even with amputations. Call 856-347-0032. The first 25 callers will receive a free nerve damage screening. Call 856-347-0032.
Weather sponsored by the Piazza Auto Group.
Low average temperatures continue in the forecast today. It'll be partly to mostly cloudy with a high of around 38.
A chilly night tonight, partly cloudy, low 30 for the city, colder out in the suburbs. And for Tuesday, partly sunny and not as cold with a high 44.
Volkswagen deal days are going on now at Piazza Volkswagen of Ardmore and Langhorne. Sign, then drive away in a new Tiguan, Taos, Atlas, or Atlas Cross Sport with available zero-down leases. Visit PiazzaVW.com for details or browse our extensive inventory.
Now back to the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, it is Dom time. Yes, what does he have to say about the Eagles' decision yesterday? Get Sammy Alito on the phone. I know he would strike Nick Sirianni, say ipso facto he's no longer Eagles' head football coach. John Yoo, Emmanuel Heller, professor of law, distinguished visiting scholar, School of Civic Leadership, senior research fellow, Civitas Institute at the University of Texas at Austin, also a non-resident senior fellow at the American Enterprise Institute. And despite all that, I hear he's a scratch golfer.
Really?
Let's go. Hey, it's Talk Radio. You can't hold me to that. I don't even know if he ever hit a golf ball. Hey, John, welcome back to town. Thank you for joining us today.
Oh, great to be back. And all those rumors about golf are completely untrue. I hate the game. I don't want that much frustration in my life. I already got other things to deal with, like
I'm
watching
telling
the
you
Eagles.
this, if we got you to hit one ball in the sweet spot, that's what brings us all back, John. After that, you just can't get enough of it. All right, so, John, how do you rule on the matter of Nick Sirianni taking away potentially another home game for the long-suffering Philadelphia fans during the playoffs by doing what he did yesterday? What did you think?
I don't understand it. I think if you have a chance to have 2 home playoff games, you take it.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially when they barely lost with the second string team.
Yeah.
They could have just put in the first team in the first half. They've done that before, and then let them rest in the second half. I don't get it. But I do think that he's right that having a well-rested team with 2 weeks off might be more important. That's certainly what they've done in the past. And, gosh, I don't know. I'm out here in San Francisco right now, and I got to tell you, the fans out here are not looking forward for their 49ers to play our Eagles in Philadelphia, hopefully in the middle of a snowstorm.
They're not a team, though, that can't play under relatively tough conditions. But you're right. Philadelphia is beyond tough conditions. So, yeah, we get a Sam Darnold here. I can just see his face right now. He's got a face. Hey, why did you not draft that Sam Darnold guy? Look at the speed up. I'm looking at his face. He's out. It's worse. You can tell he's going to choke. So, all right. So,
remember the last time the Niners came to Philly for a playoff game?
Oh, yeah.
They ran out of quarterbacks, right?
And the one guy,
the running backs throw a few
was the 39-year-old quarterback of the Commanders yesterday. He came in and got concussed.
Right.
I mean, my God. All right. So, John, this action in Venezuela, I would say it's pro forma what a lot of Democrats are doing to complain about it. But you are the guy on Fox and all over the place, and you wrote a great piece at National Review listeners can look at, in which you talk about it being constitutional, but you also talk about tons of precedent on doing something like this.
Look, if people want to accuse President Trump of violating the Constitution, then first up, they got to be consistent. And I don't think many of these critics have been. Were they around to say that President Obama doing the exact same thing, taking out Muammar Gaddafi and overthrowing the regime in Libya without any congressional permission? Were they there to say that was unconstitutional? Or were they there when Bill Clinton in 2000 did the same thing to Slobodan Milosevic and overthrow him as the leader of Serbia? Right. So it's got to be that if you're going to claim it's unconstitutional, you've taken that position without regard to which party's controlling the White House. And I'm sorry, I don't remember a lot of these Democratic senators attacking President Trump right now, raising these exact same concerns when Democrats were in office. And I'll contrast that with, say, Senator Mitch McConnell, the majority leader for the Republicans, who, if I remember, supported President Obama in those examples in the past and said that he was willing to support the president and wasn't claiming that it was unconstitutional.
Yeah.
But getting beyond that.
Go ahead, John.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, and President Obama took out that radical imam in Yemen who was an American citizen, and I supported him without even batting an eye. How else were we going to deal with him?
Exactly. And this is the major point I tried to make in the piece you just kindly mentioned, is that people are accustomed to thinking, oh, Congress passes the laws and the president carries that out. That's true when it comes to regulating the air or the water or workplaces. That's true when it's domestic policy. When it's threats to national security, I think the Constitution has the opposite approach. You need to have someone to act quickly and decisively in response to threats to our national security. That's why we have a president, to act first. And Congress has plenty of checks. If they want to cut off funds, they even want to impeach a president, they can. But what our founders didn't want was our country to be paralyzed by a Congress that can't make up its mind, that's indecisive when foreign threats are looming. And so presidents, they may make mistakes, but our Constitution wants our country to have the ability to act first. And Congress has plenty of time and tools to react. Or, look, they could even build a military, which could not achieve what our military can achieve if they wanted to restrain presidents. Instead, Congress has built and paid for all of the amazing capabilities that President Trump put on display when he ordered the snatch and grab operation. And this is the lesson of history. This is not just the last 10 years or 20 years. Presidents from Thomas Jefferson on. Thomas Jefferson sent the Navy after the Barbary pirates and tried to overthrow them without congressional permission. And ever since then, presidents have done this, and Congresses have acquiesced and even cooperated.
And, John, I think you said it, and I'm in that camp, too. The remedy, then, is impeachment. They don't like that because Trump would get enough support where they couldn't kick him out of office. But that's what the framers wanted, the idea of impeaching if the president acted rashly or illegally. That's what you do.
I think that's exactly right. And look, Democrats tried that twice in President Trump's first term, and they couldn't get enough votes to convict. But and again, because the founders did not want our presidents, when they have to protect our country, to be paralyzed. They'd rather presidents act immediately, and sometimes they'll be right, sometimes they'll be wrong, but that's better than having 535 secretaries of state trying to deliberate and vote on what to do. And then put the other point, this was all made possible because of secrecy, because of preparation and secrecy. And I'm afraid President Trump was right when he said in his press conference, if we had notified and gotten Congress to participate, it would have leaked, and then the advantage of surprise would have been lost. And I don't think you could carry out that kind of operation, just like you could not probably have carried out the bombing of the Iranian nuclear facilities if you let Congress in too early. That, unfortunately, is just the nature of the challenges that our country faces. I don't think the founders would have created a constitution that couldn't work to face these kinds of opponents and these kinds of threats.
Any legal perspective, John, on running Venezuela? I don't think Trump means that. We're leaving in place some people and we're giving them a shot that we're in power and they're not going to do what Maduro was doing. But is there any legal question there? I assume there would be at a certain point.
Yeah, that's a really tough legal question and a tough political question, because if we really are going to get more deeply involved with running Venezuela, then Congress does need to get involved, because that's going to require money. It's going to require people. You're going to have to send people down there. You're going to have to send money down there. There'll be people who say we're not allowed to under the law. Although I don't think this is as severe as Iraq, but in Iraq, the United States did exactly the same thing. I was at the Justice Department back then working on this issue, and I thought the law allows the United States to take oil revenue from Iraq and use it to help rebuild the country. And President Trump knows, he didn't say, we're taking the oil and keeping it. He said, we're going to take the oil to rebuild Venezuela. And I think that shows more clearly than anything that this is not some kind of war of aggression or an invasion. This is the United States putting into power the democratically elected government of Venezuela and throwing out these people who are basically in cahoots with drug cartels and drug traffickers and weapons traffickers, kicking them out, and then putting them in position to run their own country again as they want to.
John, a thornier issue. I'm not sure if we would agree or not, or you have any legal perspective. Every expert I talk with, in my own sense of it, after all that body of evidence, fentanyl is Mexico, the drug cartels. And Ron DeSantis and others have talked about droning their drug factories and the like, which apparently would be relatively easy to do. We have a back and forth relationship with Mexico. Maybe that's holding it up. What about the legality of that? Because that's where I would point to a much more serious threat than the Venezuelan drug dealers in America.
Yeah, I think that's a very hard legal question because I think we are at war with Venezuela. And so all the measures we've taken are easily fall within the laws of war. I don't know whether the United States wants to be at war with Mexico, but it could be solved if Mexico's government invites us to help and says that we're working cooperatively.
Yeah, I would interrupt, John.
Yeah.
I interviewed the mayor of Juarez. We're in a place, his family couldn't be with him. This is a few years back. And I asked him why all these school deaths and all. And he said, for the blast. He was afraid of being blown up as he talked with me. They're scared to death of the cartels. So if it came out that we gave them permission to help them, they don't want that. That's kind of the dilemma.
But they could seek if the government of Mexico, like the president of Mexico, invited us to come in and help them, which I think we have been trying to do for years.
Yeah,
actually, is try to give them intelligence and training to go after these cartels. But if they actually invite us to come in and go after those fentanyl labs, go after the drug cartels, then I don't think it's a legal problem. I think we would be allowed to do it. That doesn't mean we necessarily should or it wouldn't be hard. But as long as the government gave us permission, that would be okay. That's different than Venezuela, where I think we've been at war with Venezuela for several months now. We've been destroying their ships, killing their operatives, putting in an air embargo, we're putting up a blockade. Those are all typical measures you take against a country that you're at war.
Parting question, John, you with us here, and we're always honored to have him, particularly in a day like this. John, the Maduro case and his wife, but let's stick to Maduro. How strong of a case is it in your judgment at this point?
I think Maduro is probably going to spend the rest of his life in an American prison, or maybe someday the democracy returns to Venezuela and we can remand him to a Venezuelan prison. But I don't think he has much chance. He's going to get every due process right to put on a defense and to question the government and its evidence. And look, he's going to get way more rights, way more fairness than he's ever given any Venezuelan in his own country as president of that country. And he's going to try to raise all these defenses, the same ones Manuel Noriega did. When we did the same thing to him in Panama in 1989, he's going to say, I'm the head of state, I can't be tried. He's going to say, I should just be a POW in a war, I shouldn't be a criminal defendant. The courts back then heard all the same claims Maduro is going to make and rejected all of them, and Noriega spent the rest of his life in jail too.
John, thank you so much. Again, open invitation. You get to town. We have to do something special here. And you are our mole on the west coast of the San Francisco as they're coming to town.
Like I said, I don't want golf, but if you can get me to walk around Lincoln Financial Field with a cheesesteak in one hand and a water ice in the other hand, I'm there.
All right, we will do it. Thank you, John. All right, that's constitutional, too. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. Hit us with that all-time unwritten rule or law. Coming off this nonsense of January 7th, you can't say Happy New Year after that with Larry David. Yeah, Maduro and wife pleading not guilty. Of course, we have that going on. 855-839-12. I haven't seen who the attorneys are. Coming up, John, you said a lot of interesting things there, and Democrats are pretty much half-hearted. The political argument they're making is Trump is not paying attention to you, and life is not affordable. And if I were counseling them, that's exactly the argument they ought to be making. For the reason, they got nothing else. And this at least worked a little bit for them, and the media is going to help them with that. Yeah, Trump just wants that oil. How does that help you? That's all that it's about. oligarchs, or oligarchs, as Bernie Sanders says. 855-839-1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Chris, good morning. How are you?
You guys are going to hate this one. Fruity Pebbles.
I knew it. I knew it was Fruity Pebbles.
I had you pick for an Apple Jacks guy myself.
I knew Fruity Pebbles is so bad for you. Stop right now.
Mama Dawn is going to lecture you, Chris.
I now know that I will outlive one person in this audience. I will outlive Chris.
Not Fruity Pebbles.
Because Chris is eating Fruity Pebbles at 34 for dinner.
And Larry buys this stuff, and then I throw it away. It's the battle in my house.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. I want you to come away with me to stunningly beautiful Portugal. Yes, what the Roman Empire called Finisterre, the end of the earth, we'll be calling home for 10 days next spring. So if you've loved our events in Italy, oh my goodness, what a treat in store for you, designed just for us, for our listeners at 1210. Dining at the wineries rivaling the best in Europe, private Portuguese escort, along with 4-star accommodations. 5738, yes. That includes your airfare from Philadelphia. I want you to call now, 888-733-9494, or you can go to conservativetours.com. And Portugal isn't just a playground of the world's jet set. We'll learn how this sea-facing land became a world power. The beauty of Sintra, Cabo de Roca, Cascais alone, they're worth the crossing, but there's more. Santiago de Compostela in Spain, drawing pilgrims in a passionate way. We'll learn why together. Conservativetours.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
You can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
All right, I didn't watch the whole View today. Come on now. Take one for the team. That'd be like getting beamed 15 times in a game. But Ana Navarro, even Roe, there's blind, just can't take it when Ana Navarro comes on, talked about getting Maduro. Now, I don't know what Sonny Hostin said, but here's what Ana Navarro said on The View.
Well, so I do think, go ahead. Look, I don't think this is at all about the Venezuelan people. Donald Trump doesn't give a damn about the Venezuelan people. If he did, he wouldn't be taking away temporary protective status from 600,000. He wouldn't be arresting the Venezuelans that are seeking asylum here. He wouldn't be maligning the entire community and sending hundreds of Venezuelans to a hellhole prison in El Salvador. I don't think Donald Trump gives a damn about drugs. If he did, he would not have pardoned the former president of Honduras, who was serving 45 years in federal prison for having brought 400 tons of cocaine into the United States. I think this is a lot about Donald Trump's ego. I think he thought it was going to be easier to get rid of Maduro. I don't know that he thought it was going to take 4.5 months and 1/4 of the Navy arsenal and a cost of over $1 billion to do this. I don't think this is regime change because the regime is still there. He got rid of the head. He got rid of the titular head, which is Maduro, and it's the biggest trophy there is. But all of
Vice President is still there.
And the vice
president is now president.
Well, I refuse to call her either because you see, Maduro, so the U.S. government under Biden and under Trump have said they don't recognize Maduro as the legitimate president of the United States because he stole the elections.
Right.
And so if we don't recognize him as president, how in the hell can then we turn around and recognize his vice president as vice president and now interim president?
Do you think it's about the oil?
I think it's about the oil. Your question, who voted for this? The people in South Florida. the Venezuelan community, the Cuban American community, the Nicaraguan American community voted for this. And for us, this is a very, very happy day when we see a dictator who has been part of oppressing and abusing the Venezuelan people for 25 years. When we see him in handcuffs and held to some sort of accountability, it brought me into tears. It brought me great joy. And, you know, I live in South Florida.
But are you okay with the way that it was done?
But you can, I think both things can be true.
Okay.
I think you can criticize and ask questions and have concerns about the way it was done and what this means in the future.
Right.
And I think you can still celebrate that this murderous, corrupt, sadistic son of a is out of Venezuela.
Yeah.
Because I mean, he has...
Okay. All right. So long preamble going after Trump, and then and what I see in there, even Ana Navarro, after listening to all this stuff with Trump, a question that any one of them could have asked, they wouldn't ask. Well, Biden just put $25 million on his head. Maduro laughed at it. He never did anything to get rid of him. Trump delivers. Isn't that really the tagline of the Trump things? Whatever you think on this, that, or the other, Trump delivers on, call it policy, or in this case, doing something audaciously that others would not do. Although John Yu was just on and talked about some of the stuff that Obama did. Let's go to Robert in Ben Salem on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Robert. Afternoon. Yo, Robert.
It's good to talk to you guys today.
Hi, Robert.
Sorry you called me at
That's
bad
okay.
time.
You want to be on hold and wait till after the guest?
No, that's okay. I'll take care of business. I'm getting used to standing on one leg. But first of all, I got to say, this is the most enjoyable presidency I've had in a long time. And he's doing things, and just by doing things, it's amazing how, how they used to tell you that the way to deal with a bully is to confront him, and you'll see what a coward he is.
Right.
And that's what Trump is doing. He's doing everything they said you can't do, and he's saying do something about it. And all it's doing is exposing the left in a major, major way. And I think that's going to be a midterm consideration as well.
No,
and
exactly. The genius of this on a smaller scale, Frank Rizzo would say, fix that pothole. And they'd say, but it's not on the list now. I said, fix that pothole now. Do it. When people see something is getting done, there's energy. I don't want to hear what the excuse is. Do it. And Trump delivers on this stuff. They're willing to forget about any other flaws.
No, I understand that. And I think that he's dealing with it in a really straightforward way. The beautiful thing about it is, Dom, is that all they can do is reveal themselves when they complain about it. And the voters see that. And that's the point. I think that just by doing the things that need to be done and challenging people to challenge you on it, it hurts them politically to do so. That you'll notice Waltz dropped out for 2026, right?
Yeah, look, such a busy day. We didn't even get to that. Mark Kelly doesn't even lead the news, Robert. What can happen more in the next 2 hours? My God.
I know. And all he does is he went and did it, and look at the dominoes falling. And they never would have fallen had he not.
What's
but
the unwritten? Yeah.
Okay, my answer to the side question is I'm going to go with kind of humorous here, Dom, okay? It's called the personal buffer rule law. For instance, if you go in to a men's room and you see 4 urinals and you see somebody that's standing at urinal number 2, what urinal are you going to go to, Dom?
The one on the other side of the building. I've already said that.
Number 4. Exactly. You've got to keep that one.
Oh, yeah.
Like if you're standing there and there's 8 urinals and you go to one and then somebody comes right up next to you to use that one, that's kind of a red flag, isn't it?
Absolutely. And I love the urinals with the urinal screen, a giant screen I want between there. Giant, head to toe from the thing up.
I was talking to Sean that people that live by that rule would have had a hard time back in our day when they just had that big trough.
Oh, God.
Where do you go then?
Yeah, exactly.
But
oh, God.
I'm just going with funny, the personal buffer space in the men's room, and I'll leave it at that. And you guys have a great day, Don.
All right, thank you very much. Coming up, the great Corey DeAngelis, the apostle of school choice. He's got something today, a lot of stuff, but the Chicago public school teachers, biggest thug union in the country. What are they about? Reading, writing? No. Instantly, massive support for Maduro. How dare Trump take him out? The teachers union. We'll talk with Corey next. Scott Presler at 2 today on Talk Radio 1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
The smartphone has made us stupid. We live in a society where you are just programmed now to have this thing in your hand. It's like an addiction. It's like smoking or drinking. You don't even know you're doing it. How many times are you in a setting where there's zero reason for you to have your phone in your hand? It's almost become a crutch in society to avoid social interactions with people.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Guys, if you want the greatest night of your life, I mean your best night ever, then you gotta hear this. There's a new ED pill out, and it's from the makers of Viagra. It's their first new ED pill in over 20 years. This new super pill is called Viagra AGV, and it's unbelievable. It works super fast in only 11 minutes and lasts up to 14 hours, thanks to its new vasodynamic delivery system. Plus, it's FDA approved and safe. There has never been any ED pill like it. It's unreal what it does to you. In testing, Viagra AGV crushed every other ED pill. It destroyed them all. And now, 9 out of 10 urologists are recommending Viagra AGV over any other ED pill. Every man alive needs to try this new Viagra AGV super pill at least once. Then you'll know why men are going crazy over it. So if you want to have the most incredible night of your life, you can't miss this. Go to scoreblue.com and try it while supplies last. That's scoreblue.com.
At Citizens, we help make sense of your money and all your money questions.
Should I pay down my debt or start an emergency fund?
Is now the right time to start saving?
How can I move my financial goalposts even an inch?
Can money actually buy happiness?
What's it take to live like a royal in Queen Village?
Whatever money questions you have, Citizens has the answers. Make sense of your money at citizensbank.com/made-ready. Member FDIC.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
Yes, it is stomp time. Coming up this hour, the Rizzo AI, artificial intelligence, AI, the crumb bum, the lush to a soulful beat somebody's put together. We'll have that for you. That's an exclusive. Well, not really, but maybe here. But first, school choice evangelist, nobody does it better, is on top of this big, beautiful bill now in operation. What's going to happen with that? But Corey DeAngelis also sees, as I do, it's not the average teacher per se. Some of them are afraid, apolitical. They want to break out of the nonsense of the union activists. Some would say, and I'd be one of them, thugs. And the most thuggish. Yeah, Philadelphia is involved in some of these protests, but they are going to town protesting for Maduro in Chicago. Not reading, writing, and all that. Reading, writing, and cocaine dealing? Let's bring in Corey DeAngelis on the Dom Show on Talk Radio 1210. Corey, Happy New Year. Thanks for joining as always.
Hey, Dom. Happy New Year. Thanks for having me.
Well, we're going to have to clone you because you have two missions now, school choice, and at the same time, look, we're not there yet. Last time we talked, the Washington Post, you were right, I looked it up. I think it was number 15 on their list of good things, their editorial that happened this year. And it was that 18 states now have full school choice. But you realize there are people held behind enemy lines. They're in the public schools. They're not getting out necessarily all at once. So we have to try to mitigate the damage of the teachers union. And the one, I've been on Chicago radio a lot recently, and I love talking to a guy named Sean Thompson there, Corey.
Yeah.
Because he is, you may have been on with him, he's in our camp, and he's at ground zero of what I think is the worst teachers union maybe in the world. What are the Chicago teachers union activists doing now?
Oh, they're freaking nuts. The geniuses at the Chicago teachers unions, they had just orchestrated a couple of months ago protests called No Kings Protest because they didn't like President Trump. They were calling him a king. And now, all of a sudden, that we've captured a real dictator, Maduro, they're going and backing him up. And I recently remembered that back in 2019, not so too long ago, they organized a trip to Venezuela and met with the Maduro regime, his government, to praise socialism. It's just totally insane. And now you have them organizing protests now against the capture of Nicolas Maduro. It's just crazy. They're out and out socialists, and they have all this time to organize these protests, but then they don't spend any of their time, it appears, improving academics. In Chicago, they have 55 public schools with not a single student proficient in math. They spend $30,000 per student per year. And why is all the money wasted? Well, it's because they don't care about the kids. They care about their political agenda. And a lot of the teachers are getting lost in the weeds, too, because a lot of teachers who are not in line with the union bosses, they feel like they can't speak out. They feel like they can't say anything because they're afraid of retribution from the union leaders. And so you have people like Stacey Davis Gates, their union boss, who sends her own kid to a private school, total hypocrite. They're the ones kind of they hold the microphone for the unions, and they make a lot of the teachers look bad. So, Dom, I've been trying to convince teachers in Chicago and elsewhere to leave the union, defund these monsters at the top, and join alternatives like the Teacher Freedom Alliance. If you're not going to get school choice in the short term, you might as well hit them at the flanks, opt out, and get personal liability insurance somewhere else for free, and stop giving your money to these political causes that you disagree with. I mean, teachers just want to do their jobs, and you have these people at the top organizing protests against Trump, saying that they're for no kings, but then defending a dictator. It's total hypocrisy.
Some of them are ideologues, Corey. My experience when I was teaching, some of them are frustrated, like Jimmy Hoffa's or labor activists. I had this one guy, we had a conference with the principal, and he said, watch what I do. It's called posturing. And he started taking candy, opened up the top of the candy jar and taking candy out of the principal's candy. I almost jumped him and started smashing this guy. What are you doing?
I mean, it's totally insane. And then you have places like New Jersey where the teachers are actually suing the union because they're wasting their money. I mean, they take the union dues from the teachers, and then that money in New Jersey at least went towards $40 million, I believe, of it went towards trying to elect their president, Sean Spicer, to be the governor. And he went down in flames in the primary, only got about 10% of the vote, just lighting members' dues money on fire, stealing teachers' paychecks. The money doesn't go towards improving teacher salaries. They just try to hire more people to get more boots on the ground, to organize more protests, to push for their politics into the classroom and throughout the rest of the country. And so, I mean, it's just crazy. A lot of teachers don't know this is happening. And there's a big story nationally right now about Tim Walz. He dropped out of the governor's race. And a lot of people are saying it's because of all the fraud that's happening in his state. And a lot of that's tied to the daycares, which many of them are run by Somali immigrants, that they're getting lots of taxpayer money. Some of the independent journalists are finding that these daycares are getting, like $1 million over a couple-year span, and they say they only have 3 kids enrolled. And, it appears that it's their own kids, and then they're just getting millions of dollars in tax payments. It smells like fraud, and I think that's why Tim Walz dropped out. But I got to tell you, Dom, I think the fraud at the teachers unions puts that fraud in Minnesota to shame, because the public school system gets nearly $1 trillion in taxpayer money every single year. A lot of that money goes into the teachers unions, either locally or nationally, because it's extorted from teachers' paychecks each week. And that 99% of that funding goes towards Democrat politicians. It appears to be a form of money laundering. The money's taken from the taxpayers. It goes towards the teachers' union bosses. It's funneled to Democrat politicians who, lo and behold, turn around and give that money back to the teachers' unions. It's wash, rinse, repeat, a never-ending cycle. It's a vicious cycle. The only way out is to opt out of the union, and then two, to have school choice, have some competition. And so it's good news that Washington Post finally came on board and said, look, 18 states have school choice now. All the blue states still have a long way to go. And thankfully, with the Big Beautiful Bill, Trump is giving an opportunity for blue state governors to circumvent their legislature, circumvent the unions, and opt their states into a federal tax credit, which boosts school choice in their state. And Jared Polis was the first Democrat that just announced he's joining the ranks, joining a lot of the Republicans in doing this common sense decision. Because if Democrats don't opt in, they're shooting themselves in the foot, because that means scholarship money can flow from your taxpayers to other states, to students in Texas and Florida with the Republican governors in charge. So
and of
hopefully
course,
more Democrats come along, including Josh Shapiro.
Yes, Josh Shapiro is ground zero here for us in Pennsylvania and nationally. Corey, on the good news front, though, you've been tweeting about over the holiday that New Jersey finally backed off on all this surveillance and intrusion of parental rights when it comes to homeschooling.
Yes, and New Jersey had some crazy bills flying around their legislature this past year, and one of them was that if you homeschool, which a lot of people are leaving the government schools in blue states because of a lot of the social justice brainwashing in the public schools, like a lot of even Democrats, they just want their kids to get a good education with math, reading, and writing. They saw this gender ideology stuff. They saw the Marxist critical race theory ideas, and a lot of people fled to homeschooling. And homeschooling, according to the Census Bureau, has at least doubled across the country relative to 2019. And what did the geniuses in the legislature in New Jersey do? Well, they said, if people are leaving, let's just regulate the homeschoolers too. And so they mandated in a bill, they attempted to mandate DEI in the homeschooling curriculum as well, which is just totally insane. It's unconstitutional. It would not get past the Supreme Court, but that doesn't stop some of the tyrants in the legislature. That one died earlier this year. It didn't get put up for a vote. But the other good news was that we just found out a few days ago that there was a vote that was scheduled to happen today, Monday, in a committee that was stacked with Democrats. It was an 11-person committee with 7 Democrats, only 4 Republicans. It was expected to pass. And this was a separate but related bill that would regulate homeschoolers, in that it would require all homeschool families to meet with a public school official from the government to do a general annual wellness check, health and wellness check, as if the government schools are so great that they know how to provide health and wellness to students. They don't. But this was total government overreach and intrusion. Homeschoolers pushed back in a massive way, and guess what? We just found out that they pulled this bill off the schedule for today. So,
excellent.
Look, they can still revive it. They can still come after your freedoms. But this is a good lesson that even if you're in a blue state where you might feel hopeless half the time because things aren't going your way when it comes to exercising your rights as parents, if you push back hard enough, if you lock arms, those politicians can start to fear you more than they fear the teachers' unions.
Well,
and so, you want to do it in a peaceful way. You want to say, no, you're not going to do this, or we're going to vote you out of office. And if you have enough people on your team to say, no way, the teachers union candidates are going to have to pivot, focus on something else. And like we saw in New Jersey, they pulled the bill. So eternal vigilance is the price of liberty. Parents, don't give up. Don't forget about this and think that it's always going to be gone because they can bring regulations back. You have to keep an eye out. You have to watch out for these things at all times. And, the Homeschool Legal Defense Association did a good job putting them on blast for even trying to put this thing for a vote. I announced it on social media, and so did many others. So it takes all of us working together to fight back if you want to keep your freedoms. Because, you have people like Zohran Mamdani who are arguing in New York City for the government to take over private property and what he calls the warmth of collectivism over what he called the frigidity of individualism.
Absolutely.
Just totally crazy. We had these Marxists in charge.
I would bet on Corey DeAngelis in our corner. And Corey, to that point, tell us where we can get your book and also where we can find you on X or Twitter.
Yeah, my book's called The Parent Revolution. It's on Amazon, like 40% off right now. It's endorsed by President Trump and Secretary of War Pete Hegseth and many others. It's The Parent Revolution. Get it basically anywhere. You can follow me on X at DeAngelis Corey.
Corey, thank you. Great start to 2026 with Corey DeAngelis. Stay well.
Thank you, Dom. It's great talking to you. Have a great rest of the year.
All right, Corey DeAngelis, school choice evangelist. You heard that about Chicago public schools. Just amazing. And you hear the battle that's going on. Governor Shapiro, we have the spotlight on. I'm predicting he will not take the big, beautiful bill money, which wouldn't harm anyone. But Matt Bradford may tell him no, and that's it. Okay, coming up, we have my visit to a tea house with Roe out there in Delco. Henry, do you have a favorite finger sandwich? I don't see that you as a finger sandwich guy.
Yeah, I can't say I'm too caught up in my finger sandwich options.
I'm putting this down as one of my top 2026 places to meet women. I was the only guy in there with about 40 women.
All right.
You can't go
Great
there.
ratio.
It's like you're exotic. Oh, what's he doing here? Yeah, there you go. Yeah. We know on, I don't know if we kept that one or not. Did we? What did the comedian say on New Year's Eve on CNN?
Oh, it's the best place to meet men.
Yes,
in the women's bathroom.
In a women's bathroom. Yes. There you go. Also, the Frank Rizzo AI. I put together some of the great Rizzo lines. You're a lush. I know a lush when I see one. I've been a cop for 40 years. You're a lush. You have to try to explain that, Henry, to you, I know, in the beginning. Like, what the hell's going on?
Yeah.
They were investigating him constantly. He's walking his dog, and he starts calling the reporter a lush. That's Frank Rizzo. All right, we'll get to that. Get in on the side question. Today, Larry David and this unwritten rule. You can't say Happy New Year after January 7th. We are looking for an unwritten rule. We had a couple really good ones so far, but hit us with one of your own, 855-839-1210. And just the marvel of the American military in all this. Corey mentioned Walls resigning. Now it's time to not let up. He needs to be indicted. I mean, we haven't taken our eye off the ball just because of what happened in Venezuela with what's going on in Minnesota. But it is surprising. It tells you the pressure that this Nick Shirley guy has wrought here, because Walls, in his own mind, was all set to run, win, and then be a candidate for president in 2028, the jazz hands and all. And now he's out. Needs to be indicted, though. It tells you he knows how damaging this is. And I haven't heard any update on this. The information, he just talked about it, is right in front of us. They stole billions of dollars just in one state. All right, 855-839-1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Insults that are used towards bald people, some of which I've never heard and some I absolutely love, including coconut bounce, eggshell, cue ball, light bulb, and slaphead. I love slaphead.
Yeah.
Slaphead is a totally underrated word in this country.
That's what I'm going to start calling the show.
Slaphead and Company.
Or Caillou.
Cue ball and co. That's what we should call this show.
Oh, yeah.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
If you're suffering from burning, tingling, or numb feet, you need to pay special attention as we discuss neuropathy with Dr. Thomas Oliver of Oliver Wellness Center. Doctor, what is neuropathy?
Peripheral neuropathy is actually nerve damage to the feet and legs.
And what are the symptoms?
The major symptoms are pain, numbness, tingling, burning, muscle cramps, coldness in the hands and feet, and problems with balance.
Is neuropathy treatable?
It is absolutely treatable, and we can get great results.
Call 856-347-0032 today to schedule a nerve damage screening. Your nerve damage screening will tell you if you're at risk for serious complications and if you're a candidate for our innovative treatment program. Don't wait until your symptoms are so severe there's nothing that can be done. End-stage neuropathy leaves people confined to walkers, wheelchairs, and even with amputations. Call 856-347-0032. The first 25 callers will receive a free nerve damage screening. Call 856-347-0032.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
The first court appearance for Venezuelan leader Nicolas Maduro and his wife in New York. Funeral today for the Delaware state trooper who was gunned down at a DMV right before Christmas. And beginning today, there will be 3 months of disruptions on SEPTA's Fox Chase line during the middle of the day.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Okay, it is Dom time. Scott Presler back with us and rested and ready to go, he tells me. And he has a lot to say about Minnesota. He canvassed there, trying to register voters, how corrupt it is. Walls dropping out. Now, on to indicting him. That's what it tells me. He realizes, all right, maybe if I drop out, maybe I won't be indicted. He did talk about conspiracy artists. He talked about conspiracy theorists, right-wing YouTubers, in his statement saying he would not seek re-election. There is what did him in, not just the sheer magnitude of corruption that's there. Now, with all this spending, happy to report, and if any of them are listening out there that serve, good for them. In Chester County, we have a town, or a township, I'm not sure which one it is, that is lowering property taxes, not just holding them steady, but lowering. Maybe we can put these township members on a tour, Dom Giordano tour. We'll go and visit the commissioners over in Montco, certainly the progressives in Delco, and tell them how you do that. The West Bradford commissioners are lowering property taxes. Now, the Inquirer printed this, but then they went on to say, well, we don't think this could be done in almost any place else. Of course we couldn't do that. Oh, my God, heaven forbid, lowering taxes. They say that by significant savings from past decisions, particularly purchasing the former Embryville State School site for open space, making it a standout, with tax cuts while many other municipalities face hikes. This reduction is a credit applied to the net assessment, lowering property tax bills for qualifying owners. And it's part of a trend where some Chesco entities, like the county itself, are holding taxes steady. Well, that's a lie, AI. Printed that. They didn't hold anything steady, those morons that run Chester County. Come on. So good for West Bradford as a very good example here that you can lower taxes without a doubt. All right. Maduro back to prison after court today, of course, pleaded not guilty. I haven't seen who the attorneys are. I think people are thrilled with the military in this. They're supportive with Trump. But this is not the main course. This is going to pass. We are back to the battle over healthcare will ratchet up again as people start to see post New Year's Day how much you're going to pay. The battle over the code word affordability and a shutdown looms. I mean, this is where this is going to be fought. Now, this is a master stroke achieving this, and it does send a message. I think there are a couple of bigger things, and Trump has been on the right side here. Over the weekend, Fox reporting there are plans for the mullahs to flee the country if these protests keep up. And I think they are going to keep up in Iran. And if Iran fell, if we didn't have the mullahs there, seems to me we would see a big difference, not only in the Middle East, but around the world. But I still come back to this. If we're concerned about fentanyl, and I'm talking about fentanyl at times when people are not addicted to some Schedule I drug like heroin or cocaine or whatever. And they, oh, wait a minute, Dom. Madeline Dean speaking. Madeline Dean talking about how outrageous Trump was in this. That must have been yesterday. How are we going to run this country? Yeah. Nice, Madeline. Go fix a pothole. Come back on the show. So we are looking at something here that is going to be huge. If Iran falls, and Trump has said he supports the protesters up and down the line and said he would take action. So now we see Thomas Massie. Remember Thomas Massie? A lot of listeners love the guy. Rand Paul, the same thing. I thought a question today, why have we moved away from them? I mean, I still like Rand, but he is a gadfly in large measure, and so's Massie. And Trump is dealing in the real world, getting things done and moving forward. Marjorie Taylor Greene, the same thing. How is this America first? Well, we've gone through all the reasons why this is America first. America first doesn't mean just within the borders of the United States. It means putting America first. And in the Americas, this is the Donroe, not the Monroe Doctrine that came out over the weekend. Now, you still have the problem with assimilating, if you will, Venezuela, getting them to free and fair elections, which will make a big difference. And I would just like to hear some timeline, like probably 6 months, we'll be able to do that, or fewer. And I think we know who the people are with. They certainly not with Maduro and the thugs around him. So that's a work in progress. They're talking about putting Stephen Miller in charge of that. Oh, man. Now we're really stirring things. No one gets things stirred up more than Miller. Okay, 855-839-1210. Hit me with that all-time unwritten rule or law. That's the side question today. This is cut 7. Remember Frank Rizzo's crumb bum rant? You're a lush. I know a lush when I see one. Here's a little bit of Frank Rizzo mixed in with AI.
I want to fight you. You don't have the courage. You're a real crumb bum.
You're a crumb creep coward. I want to fight you. But you don't have the courage. You're a real crumb bum.
A real crumb bum.
Put that on camera. You're a creep. Get away from me.
Get away from me.
I was a cop all my life, and I know a lush when I see one. I want to fight you. I want to fight you. I want to fight you. Yeah.
I'll break it over your head. Get away from me, you crumb. There is a You're a here. Crumb creep coward.
All righty, nicely played. The immortal words, all-time quote, the lush part. I know a lush. I was a cop for X number of years. Rizzo, certainly, how many years now? I'm trying to remember how many years Frank Rizzo passed. It's like 27 or something like that. And yet, why is that? Well, because Rizzo was both direct, entertaining, and somebody who also got things done. This is cut. Bill O'Reilly's on the show tomorrow at 12:15. Here's O'Reilly's theory after talking to Trump. This is cut 13 of what Trump wants with Venezuela.
You predicted a while ago that this was about the oil in Venezuela and changing the political dynamic and geopolitical dynamic, because once you have oil, you can put pressure on Vladimir Putin. Unquestionably huge success overnight by U.S. military forces. Do you understand what President Trump views as success long-term in Venezuela? Is it Venezuela becomes a client state of the United States? Is it the 51st state rather than Canada? Is it like Greenland? What is it?
It's El Salvador. That's what President Trump would like to happen in Venezuela. A very close ally that helps the United States geopolitically. We get our investment back because, as the president just stated, we built the Venezuelan oil industry. And then when Hugo Chavez was president, he seized it. And then when he died, Maduro took over, handpicked successor, and they ran it with no thought to reimburse the United States from all the infrastructure. So that was one thing. The narcotics is certainly a message to the South American and Mexican drug lords that nobody's safe. And narcotics is a national security threat. What hasn't been reported, though, and I've been watching the other networks, and I can tell anybody watching right now that you're lucky to be on News Nation, because they're just clueless, most of these pundits. So in November 24th to be exact, the Trump administration declared that a group called Cartel de los Soles was a terrorist group. That group traffics in narcotics. It traffics in oil, illegal oil to places like Iran, does a lot of bad things. Now, under the United States government, if you designate an organization a terrorist, you can attack it with military. So there's no, as Hakeem Jeffries and the Democrats who hate everything that Trump does, goes running around going, well, you didn't consult Congress. Well, you don't have to. And the president was set by Bush the elder in 1989 when he took out Manuel Noriega in Panama in exactly the same kind of operation.
Yeah.
People forget that. 21,000 American troops.
All right, there we
went to
go.
Panama.
So Noriega, we've heard that. We heard the Yugoslavian war, that situation. Of course, there's precedent for this. This is not going to... The Democrat argument, now you watch where they're going. Again, we realize the phoniness of this, but the perceptual part, it gives them something, is the affordability argument. In other words, you're spending $1 billion, all that military there, just to take this guy out. What are you doing to make life more affordable? Meanwhile, in New York, fares are up. Mandani said they'd be free. They're way up. The subway system. We played you his tenant director talking about private property in New York is no longer private property. I mean, you just don't get any more outrageous. It's if you don't believe in private property, what percentage of people in Philadelphia even don't believe when you explain all right, here's what we mean by private property. It's got to be small. It's got to be the real commies, even progressives, I think, at some level. Oh, yeah, now that you mention it, Dom, it's my home. It is private property. All right, so how much of this can they continue to put forward without damage to the Democrat brand in the midterms? It's going to bleed into it constantly. What the Trump administration has to do is prove focus on making things more affordable and delivering inflation, grocery store prices, those kinds of things. Here is... guy from Real Clear Politics, and they are down the middle, cut 4, Phil Wegman, saying this is the entire ball game in 2026. I don't know about the entire ball game, but this is where the battle is going to be won or lost. And Trump is listening to his team tell him that and doing something about it. Cut 4.
It happened this fast. It's happening a lot faster than anybody would have thought.
Let's bring in our panel, Real Clear Politics White House correspondent Philip Wegman, Republican strategist Colin Reed, and Leslie Marshall, a Fox News contributor. Guys, Happy New Year, and thanks for coming in. Appreciate it.
Happy New Year.
Philip, we'll start with you. It is the new year, so we can stop previewing 2026. We're here. What is President Trump, what are the Republicans going to do in this year, especially since they have now focused so much on what things cost and how Americans can buy them?
Well, affordability is the entire ball game here, and we saw in that Politico interview from Donald Trump that he is listening to the advice of his political team. He says that this is going to come down to pricing, and that is a bit of an uphill challenge for the president. A majority of Americans, the Real Clear Politics average, disapprove of the way that he has handled the economy, but there is actually tremendous news for this White House. GDP is at 4.3%, unemployment is manageable, and inflation is coming down. The challenge for them is how do they make certain that this golden age doesn't just appear on an economist's spreadsheet? How do they get that to trickle down to the kitchen table of everyday Americans? Because the economy, it's not a stat, it's a feeling for voters.
Yeah, and that's the challenge for Republicans. Leslie, the challenge...
All right, coming up, and we talked about this before because of Costco, and Henry jumped in on that one, on the pizza wars. Wall Street Journal, America is falling out of love with pizza. Why? I just don't believe that's the case.
I don't believe that either.
Subtext, restaurant claims chains explore strategy changes. Sales slow for food delivery mainstay. Pizza in trouble with Dom here on Talk Radio 1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
So we were all done at the 19th, and we're all back today for the first time? Yeah. It's too long. Too long of a vacation. Like
Never too long.
7 days is too
I could have gone another 2 weeks, guys.
You have another sabbatical coming up in March, probably.
We had great guest hosts over the last 2 weeks. Thank you to Sean Farish and Esty and Michael Pelka and Tom Hazelby and everybody and everybody who filled in.
And they all did better than Tanner McKee did yesterday.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-323-8922. 800-323-8922. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-323-8922.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli here with my friend Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. When it comes to protecting your home, you need a roofer that you can trust to do the job right.
That's why at Emmons, we're not just another contractor. We're your neighbors who've built our reputation on honesty, craftsmanship, and superior customer service.
Well, take it from me. Whether it's a roof repair or a full replacement, siding, windows, or doors, Emmons delivers long-lasting protection and peace of mind.
The most expensive project is the one you do twice, so call us today at 856-556-3229 or visit callemmons.com.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Start the new year off on a healthier note by taking Active Liver supplements from New Nordic every day. Available online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com or at your local CVS, ShopRite, Meijer Grocery, or Wegmans.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, Dom Giordano show. Welcome in. So Larry Krasner was sworn in today for his third term, if you can imagine. And I think the police are doing a spectacular job based upon the statistics. But does anybody really believe Philadelphia's safe? Really? Are these statistics overwhelming? They would say that crime is, Krasner, more freedom, less crime. He also addressed, though, why he has a special duty. Because, unlike city council, he said, he swears to uphold the Constitution of the United States, etc. And Donald Trump's whole intent is to destroy our democracy. He's going after Trump again. He did acknowledge that the posture of the mayor, Sherelle Parker, may have stopped Trump from sending in the tanks down Broad Street for now. Let's see. He ended by promising to continue to make Philadelphia safer, then returned to one of his favorite themes. We all got to this point of achievement together. There's no time to retreat. It's no time of surrender. It's time to push on so that Philadelphia goes from being chronically violent to being known as consistently safe for decades to come. And if anybody, including the guy in D.C., doesn't want that, if they want to, his favorite thing, if they want to blank around, then they're going to find out. This guy is such an indictment of Philadelphia. Well, what do? We talk about Trump derangement syndrome. I try not to have Krasner derangement syndrome. I try to, on occasion, make light of it. But what do you do when you have a guy this insufferable and they continue to elect him? Remember the Scott family? Remember the whole thing? Well, Ro and I go by there frequently, driving by, and all the teddy bears and candles and everything are still up. And the Scott family commended Larry Krasner for his efforts. He's the one whose policies let the alleged killer and accomplice, if we ever find him, out to murder their daughter. What do you do when insanity like this is right? In what universe could Larry Krasner make Philadelphia safer? So we're going to see if the commissioner would come back on again, as he did, to find out, is it drones? Is that what Philadelphia is doing that is resulting in a lower crime rate? Or do I believe the crime rate is as low as they say it is? I don't. But something is happening here that's pretty good, and it's certainly not due to Larry Krasner, because he hasn't changed even a little bit, getting tough on crime or being less insufferable. All right, the pizza thing. America falling out of love with pizza. And the first claim is affordability. The parents of the Pieology pizzeria chain filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy in December. Others, including the parent of Anthony's Coal-Fired Pizza and Wings and Bertucci's Brick Oven Pizza and Pasta, earlier fired, says the Wall Street Journal, for bankruptcy. Pizza once was a novelty outside big U.S. cities, providing room for growth for independent shops and in chains such as Pizza Hut. Today, pizza shops are engaged in price wars with one another, and $20 a pie for a family can feel expensive compared with $5 fast food meals. Is that the sole reason, or they seem to be saying people are tiring of pizza? How could you ever get tired of pizza other than the obvious, if it's bad, like chain pizza? Yeah, I'm not eating
these
that.
These are the chains complaining about people not liking chain pizza, right? Is that
well,
biology?
the Wall Street Journal's the one saying the pizza industry, but I that's where I was going to go. They say Americans still eat a lot of pizza. Pizza chains generated $31 billion in sales in 2024. The market research firm said, Teutonic said, on any given day, around 1 in 10 Americans will partake of a slice. To your point, they are declining, but it may be the chain. It may be that people are, just not going to put up with it. I don't think so. It brings up, and we've asked this before, why in the world would people go to a chain of pizza? Because even they acknowledge it used to be if you weren't in the city per se, you might not have that many pizzerias, that many pizza choices. Now, are you living out in the middle of a cave if you don't have a dozen of them within 10 minutes?
Yeah.
So your pizza preference, I would say, surprisingly and disgustingly, maybe as many as a quarter of people listening, Henry, are chain pizza people. We went through this with Dan, who had a tendency toward that. And I just never understood it.
No.
You find one that's convenient or even a little bit further away if you have time, and you stick with it.
I agree. Totally.
Yeah. I don't get it.
I don't get ordering the chain pizza.
Exactly. So is pizza going under, or is it the chain pizzeria? It's just you're not meeting the needs of people.
And also, I didn't like that argument that the article made that's saying it's $5 fast food meals.
Yes.
Fast food isn't $5 anymore.
No, we've been through that too. We at the height of this whole thing. Is affordability part of it? Yeah. Now, I know some people get defensive. I'm tired of hearing this affordability stuff. Well, then you don't want to win enough, because that's the argument. Democrats even making it about Venezuela. And Henry's right now, but if it's $20 and that seems low to me for a pizza, then you look at that versus the cost of something else. But I don't think fast food is that much cheaper here for a family anyhow. 855-839-1210. AT&T and Verizon Wireless, all I need you to do is just push pound 1210. Scott Presler will be here today at 2 o'clock, the return of the great man. He's got a lot to say about what went on in Minnesota, and also what's he up to next? Is he firing the starting gun for the midterms? I know he was pretty distressed and beaten up after the Jersey. But I'm going to tell him today, too, Scott, yeah, you may not have won in Pennsylvania, but you made them have to go all out, spend all out in the Supreme Court race. It was amazing what he was able to generate in a very, very hard cycle to win those Supreme Court seats. All right, let's go to Bill Bucks. Bill's on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Bill.
Hi there, Don. Happy Monday.
Thanks, Bill.
And I just wanted to mention, Jen Shorn has found a job. She's working for Dave Sunday up there in Harrisburg.
Oh, well, I'm very glad to hear that, and he's lucky to have her.
Yeah, she put a lot of time out here in Bucks County, and we're proud of her. And now she's working for the state AG, and that's great and good to hear it. And I have a side answer question.
Sure.
Here in Bucks County, my side answer is ask before you touch.
Okay, in regard to?
Well, like if I go to Peddler's Village in Lahaska, PA, and I go to an antique store, before I pick up any of the, items, I'll ask if I can pick it up and touch it.
All right, that seems like a very Bucks County antique sort of answer to put.
I could get that. I'm trying to think of another scenario where that would be applicable.
Well, sure, if it's anything that might be expensive.
Someone's showing you a nice baseball card or something.
Yes, or jewelry even. Maybe to think if they leave the thing, you can't touch that. You got to have. I touched that. Okay, we haven't gotten as many today as I thought. Unwritten rules. The unwritten rule is January 7th. We have Larry David saying after that date, or I guess even on that date, you cannot say Happy New Year. So I'm just on a Happy New Year spree. in relationship to that.
I think I've already cut mine off. I mean, a little bit at least. I think today's my
Come on. Just first time you've seen these people in 16 days. Yeah.
I guess. Maybe I'll extend it
Yeah.
to tomorrow. I won't even go to the
Okay.
7. I'll give another example if we need
Sure.
to get the ball rolling again.
Go
How
ahead.
about don't leave one square of toilet paper on the roll.
Yes.
I mean, take it off and
absolutely.
change the thing. Come on, it's not that hard.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
There's the metric. There's the limit to where we have to go, without a doubt. All righty, 855-839-1210. You get on board. On a scale of importance, where do we place Maduro? It's a great thing. It has some impact, but as I said, what this is going to come back to is this battle over the average American. Can they afford a pizza and all that stuff? And Democrats, even though they're the cause of a lot of this, particularly in New York, the media is going to give them the pass. They're the ones that are zoned in on this. So do you just say it's a hoax? Well, there are indications the Trump people are taking it tremendously seriously. And that's exactly the right way and communicate that. Show empathy and then drive down those prices. 855-839-1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
The smartphone has made us stupid. We live in a society where you are just programmed now to have this thing in your hand. It's like an addiction. It's like smoking or drinking. You don't even know you're doing it. How many times are you in a setting where there's zero reason for you to have your phone in your hand? It's almost become a crutch in society to avoid social interactions with people.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
I'm Joanne Small-Canella, president of Crash Proof Retirement. Remember the market crash in 2020 when you lost almost 40% of your investment accounts? And remember that promise that you made to yourself that if you ever made some of that money back, you would get off the stock market roller coaster. Well, that time has come, and that time is now. Recently, you've regained some of those lost retirement savings, but you still have not realized those gains because your money is still at risk. Don't forget that promise you made to yourself. Get your money out of risky stocks and bonds and mutual funds. It's time. Keep that promise you made to yourself and family. Crash-proof your future.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the Copperfield Inn on Wednesday, January 14th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-823-5544. That's 800-823-5544. 800-823-5544.
It's Dom time. Dom Giordano. Weekdays, noon till 3 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Wow, even reporters pretty angry that Tim Walz today announces he will not seek re-election and then won't take any questions. Oh. He also brought up President Trump wants to poison people against each other by attacking our neighbors. Well, then why didn't you stay in the race, fight for those neighbors along these lines? 855-839-1210. And MS Now reports Maduro has a lot of supporters in front of the New York City courthouse. I've been watching footage of this. Come on now. I didn't see a lot there of Maduro support. Let's go and support Maduro today. Really? But this will blow over, other than there will be a lot of cover. The downside Trump has to worry about, if things go badly in Venezuela, they're going to play the affordability thing. Why are we spending all this money here? Trump is going to counter with the oil. The counter to that will be, yeah, but that's not helping the American public. That's just helping the oil companies and donors and all that. We'll see that go back and forth. But they're playing hardball, apparently, too, with the oil companies, telling them to recover their assets, they have to rebuild the infrastructure for oil in Venezuela. And if they do that, it's a win-win. Venezuela benefits, the American people benefit, and the oil companies benefit. But it is a smart play. There's no getting around it. If you want to win, you have to see where the playing field is. And it's that word affordability again. And I see many signs that the Trump people are on top of it. It's the messaging, and it's also the policies they're putting forward that are going to drive costs down. 855-839. In the middle of all this, Dan Bongino resigns.
Oh.
It's like not even a blip on the screen, everything considered.
I had no idea.
Yeah, over the weekend. As deputy director. Now, I don't know why people got on him. Didn't he realize going into this? Look, he gave up a lot. He's a bloviator like me, and he had a national show, a national presence, podcast, etc. I would predict by February he'll be back in that play, and he was in the top 10 easily. So it was a service for a year to go and be the deputy at the FBI. The guy that I want to see more out of, though, is Kash Patel. Haven't seen enough out of him in Minnesota. We need to see indictments, not just Walz quitting. And these ought to be pretty apparent. And I'm talking about hundreds of people involved in this, including, if we could track them, these parents who faked autism and took money from the people with the fake autism clinics. So, yeah, Walz retiring. Or not running again. That's fine. Klobuchar, apparently. Now, what's the fun fact about Klobuchar, Henry? Do you remember the number one, the senator, when she ran for president?
Oh.
As she was hearing testimony, having someone shave her legs underneath. Yes.
Oh, my gosh.
And in a pinch, eating her salad with a comb that was provided to her.
Crazy.
You don't forget, I think the leg shaving, yep.
That's unforgivable.
Yes.
Why don't you clip your toenails on the
So if you think, a producer is a rough life here in the producer's lounge with all these maniac talk shows, imagine this woman. Hey, well, it's another woman, too.
I hope.
Yeah, well, I'm not sure. I don't know. It might be the same guy that provided a comb. Now that you're done with that, shave those legs right now. I got an appearance on that. I think there was testimony going on or something, too, and a guy shaving her legs. I mean, you don't forget about stuff like that. Okay, coming up. Scott Presler back with us after some rest and rejuvenation. What will he be up to next? I know that he has a lot of experience in Minnesota with vote registration, and he can speak to how fraudulent the whole thing is. It's been knocked off the radar for a while, but it's going to come back, given this is what people voted for. They clearly voted to stop stuff like this. And that means Walz and a bunch of others should be indicted. Whether they're not running for governor again or not, doesn't matter. Indict them. 855-839-1210. All right. Are you ready to make this the year that you truly feel better? We'll start with your health. Rescue Natural Supplements has been helping people support heart health, cholesterol, digestion, weight management, energy levels, and more targeted wellness goals for over 40 years. Using high-quality, research-backed ingredients your body can trust. And right now, Rescue is celebrating with their New Year's savings. You can save 40% when you buy any 4 single bottles of Rescue supplements. Just use that code, New Year 40. Try their popular Rescue 1250 Omega-3s for heart and brain health, probiotic for better digestion, or Oracine for more consistent, all-natural energy. Whatever your health goals, Rescue has you covered to mix and match 4 or more bottles and get 40% off. Just go to res-q.com or call a rescue product consultant, 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483, or online at res-q.com. Use that code NEWYEAR40, NEWYEAR40. Now's the time to take a smart step toward feeling your best with that big 40% off on any 4 bottles of premium rescue supplements. res-q.com. Use that code NEWYEAR40 at checkout. Don't wait. Make this the year you prioritize your wellness with Rescue.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
So we were all done at the 19th, and we're all back today for the first time. Yeah. It's too long of a vacation. Like
never too long.
7 days is too
I could have gone another 2 weeks, guys.
You have another sabbatical coming up in March, probably.
We had great guest hosts over the last 2 weeks. Thank you to Sean Farish and Esty and Michael Pelka and Tom Hazelby and everybody who filled in.
And they all did better than Tanner McKee did yesterday.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Many of you know that my inspiration for becoming an accident attorney was my brother Tim, who was rendered a quadriplegic at age 18. I didn't know what a personal injury lawyer was or what they did, but I soon did. Tim was treated terribly by the insurance company, and I became enraged. It was a constant delay and deny. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Tim later worked with me for 27 years. Last year, my hero died at age 65. You can see my eulogy for him by visiting mybrothertim.com. He was one hell of a man. Because of Tim, together we built the largest injury firm in the world, and our clients are treated the way I would want my family to be treated. At Morgan & Morgan, nobody is a nobody and everybody is a somebody. If you need our help, visit forthepeople.com on your phone or computer. See you soon, Tim. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Billy, your gas light's on. We need to stop and fill up.
No way, Jen. Gas around here is too expensive. We can make it a little further.
Billy, listen to your big sister. You don't need to drive all over searching for the lowest gas prices. Do what I do and use Upside.
Upside?
Do you live under a rock, Billy? Upside is the hottest cashback app out there. It's free to download, and you get real cash back for every gallon of gas you buy. I use it all the time, and I've already made around $200.
You can make that kind of cash back just for buying the gas you have to buy anyway?
Yes, I'm looking at the Upside app now, and there's a gas station at the next exit offering 25 cents per gallon cash back.
Okay, I'm stopping to download Upside and fill up my tank. Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code BLING to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, to PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code BLING for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code BLING for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
All right, it is Dom time. Welcome in. Hit us with that all-time unwritten law. We've been talking about it, a rule, over the holidays with Larry David saying no saying Happy New Year, I think from January 7th on. That's it. You're out of Happy New Year's, and I certainly don't. So it's a nice thing. It gives you something to say to people that's a little bit different. That's all. All right, hit us with your all-timer. We've had a few that were really good. Scott Presler has to move to 2:30 today. Something's come up, but he'll be here at 2:30. And again, this happens quite frequently, significantly, I'd say, out of all proportion to numbers. But a guy named William DeFore, who goes by Julia, Julia, was just arrested by the Secret Service after allegedly vandalizing J.D. Vance's Ohio home. And the back and forth with this hill that Democrats continue to want to die on around transgenderism, particularly in sports, bathrooms, the whole thing. But people that are often violent around this. And I found it interesting that the Trump administration is really in a death battle with Children's Hospital of Philadelphia over this. And also this, I think it's on North Broad, this place that has a lot of transgender accoutrements for chest binders, etc., that they're not allowed to sell based upon what the Trump administration is trying to do. So that's happening right here in Philadelphia. But again, how many incidents have we seen out of all proportion to numbers around the issue of transgenders and the back and forth going on around this? All right, 855-839-1210. And the Venezuelan thing is a big story for the cable outlets to cover because they can put a lot of people in position. They know what the story is going to be that day, like they have people in Colombia now. And it is a big story. How do the Russians and Chinese see this? Do they get any inkling that Trump is not playing around? They were working with the Venezuelans in various ways, fuel and the rest of it. But this is not going to be what the midterms are decided over. It's a plus. Midterms are going to be decided over each one of these congressional seats. How does the health care stuff play out? That's happening this week. How does housing play out? And how does general affordability play out? But I see progress. CNBC shows this morning with good signs around inflation and the job market. The markets are responding well to what's going on in Venezuela. All the Trump administration has to do is kind of acknowledge, given the downturn of Biden, how difficult it is to turn the ship around, but it's turning. And we're with Americans on this, and the big, beautiful bill kicking in within the next couple of weeks. People will start to have a better sense around their taxes, the things I've told you about school choice in there, overtime benefits, no tax on tips. They're all going to be there, and they're all going to play out if handled properly. And I'm counting on that to turn the tide and win the midterms. And we'll keep the Senate, no doubt, but continue to keep the Congress. By the way, I haven't seen Jim Harv DeGrasse Harvey. I haven't seen what he has said about Venezuela, the opponent to Brian Fitzpatrick. The Houlihan, of course, said this shows President Trump is not paying attention to the average American, and she raised the affordability argument. Are people really buying that out there in Chester County? To let Maduro continue in this manner, let the threat continue. For me, if I were in that situation and I realized the other side would go nuts, if you really want to put a dent in drug trafficking, fentanyl is the base, you got to hit the cartels in Mexico. And I realized, come on, Tom, it's a friendly country. They haven't asked us. We asked them, and they still won't ask for our help. That's where the problem is. And I'm wondering, see, the thing with fentanyl, do people say, well, you know, the drug dealers wouldn't have a market if Americans weren't doing this? Yeah, but with fentanyl, it could be random. It could be people are not addicted or doing anything else, and they end up overdosing somehow or another on fentanyl, of some fentanyl component. And that really comes from China, vis-a-vis the middleman, though, the Mexican cartels. That's where the action is. And I assume Democrats would even support the cartels. This is real evil. And the Mexican government's afraid of them. They can't control them. They don't want us to control them because they're afraid of the retaliation. That's what you're living under. I mean, I was in Juarez. That was a while ago, and I'm telling you, it was scary talking to the mayor of Juarez. I couldn't wait to get out of there. I did it for about a half hour. Then we were talking about the sandbags and the school desk for the blast. He did give me 2 Mexican guys taller than me with suits, but with an Uzi on their right hand like this, just to walk 3/4 of a block to get onto the bridge on the other side.
I like that vision.
Guys, can we jog to the other side? Can you imagine?
No, you can't jog in that scenario. That means it's like this guy might be important. This guy's this guy's important. Let's get after him.
Okay, yeah. Well, I'll tell you, I can almost remember every foot of that 3/4 of a block type of thing to get to the bridge. The office wasn't too far
Longest block of your life.
God, yes. And how brave this guy was, and he's willing to, come on in, let's have some, I forget what he was giving me, a beer or something, for the blast. Just that rung in my ears, for the blast. Can we do a show out of here, Greg Stocker? Oh, yeah, put more sandbags in. They can't deal, if you really want to deal with it. I mean, that criticism of Venezuela, not the source of the problem per se. They're a source. They don't care. They are spreading misery throughout the hemisphere. I'm all on board with that. But it's the Mexican drug cartels. And these cartels are so emboldened that I think they would say, you know what we're going to do then? We're going to attack you more. And that's just what we want them to say, because then it's all out. Now, DeSantis would do this. I hope that Trump does it rather than fooling around as much with this guy. I'm glad this guy is going to go away for life, etc. The only damage for the midterms is if Venezuela looks like we're spending a lot of resources there, that's where the battle is going to be. And I'll say something. I think people are engaged. I don't get a lot of people attack me and saying, stop talking about affordability. That's not true and all that. People get it, and they're concerned at what do we do to win that battle, but also to win the perception of it. 855-839-1210. I know one thing I would do. I wish I could. Every time I go by in Germantown Avenue and see that Shell station that has a sign, 389 regular up. 389 regular up. I feel like going in and saying to this guy, how can this be? I saw people filling up the other day. Do they have money to burn? Is there no gas station? 389. I've seen it 280, between 280 to 287 within 4 to 5 miles on Bethlehem Pike, depending on the independent gas company or not. Henry, what's the cheapest you've seen?
274.
274. I think probably out there, you can tell us if you've seen cheaper than that, Wawa or someplace else or independent gas. How could it be 389? And what kind of maniac would pay that?
A desperate one.
But I see traffic there at times.
Yeah.
I just don't figure it out. Okay. So on that front, we're doing really well. On the other things, I see this guy's rule of thumb. All right, that's a good rule of thumb. 855-839-1210. First call of the new year, I believe. Was he on Friday? He probably was. Joe of Columbus on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Joe.
Tom, Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, Joe.
And rest assured, if after January 7th, January 8th, I happen to run into Larry David, and I didn't wish him a Happy New Year yet, I will, along with all my other friends.
Yeah, I wish that we could get a train ride up there to Martha's Vineyard and all, like hundreds of us, and get out and scream Happy New Year at him. Yeah.
Oh, God, we'll hold Soros signs wishing him a Happy New Year and everything.
Yeah.
I mean, Soros-type signs, not signs from Soros. Don, my side answer, and after my years were waning in baseball, I played in a league that's basically in Burlington and Camden County. We were the only Bucks County team, but we were a collaboration between Bucks County guys and Mercer County guys, Pennsbury, Neshaminy, and all Mercer County guys. And we had the honor of playing against the Cherry Hill team that had Al Holland. Right after Al Holland got released from the Yankees, and he was looking to hook up with another team. And we had a good team, but we were losing this day to Al Holland. and they're up 5-0, and they're stealing bases. So we got our fireballer in there, and we told him, it was a guy from Cinnaminson who threw the ball in the mid-90s. We told him, you got to take a guy out, of your choice, preferably one of the better ball players. You got to take a guy out. And he, in the dugout, he looked at everybody. He says, well, is everybody willing to take an Al Holland ball off the back the next inning? And to a man, we all said yes.
Oh,
and our catcher, who's a pretty cool guy, he played for St. Joe's. He got drafted by the Cardinals. He said, I want to be that guy that gets hit so I can tell my grandkids one day, show them a baseball card and say, I got hit by this guy. So the unwritten rule is you don't steal late in the game 5 runs up or more, because that tying run is still deep in that dugout.
All right, I hear you. Now, Joe, let me ask you this, because I am not a fan of this. If you're winning in an NBA game, do you stand there and shake hands while dribbling the ball with the guy on the other team? Or do you just play the game out to the end? What's wrong with playing the game out to the end?
Tom, that's exactly what happened in the Villanova-Butler game this past weekend. There's 11 seconds on the clock, and the coaches are walking down the sidelines shaking hands with each other. It's very uncomfortable. Dribble around, do something. It's a very uncomfortable last seconds wind down of a game. You don't score a basket, but pass the ball around the perimeter. How's that?
What's wrong with scoring a basket? I just play the game to the end, Joe. I'm not trying to rub it in. I just do a normal basket. I get the stealing. That's a little bit different. But a normal play, I'm not going to go in and try to do some whirlwind dunk to embarrass anyone. Yeah, I agree.
Well, if the scrub's on the bench, maybe you should give him a chance to score a basket. But you don't do anything aggressive and in their face. You don't do that.
No, thank you. Thanks, Joe. All right, that's the kind of thing we're looking for. It doesn't have to be sports-oriented. It can be anywhere. An unwritten law or rule coming off this, it's going to be a heck of a, Wednesday here. Henry in the camp, you're not getting the New Year's Day out of me. I don't know that Sean will be fielding calls, but I would like the producers to say Happy New Year to everybody that calls in on that date. Why? It's just pleasant. It's a nice thing. It's what?
I think we're going to have Kirk on a Wednesday.
Oh, okay. Kirk, I'm sure, is going to be aggressively screaming Happy New Year. All right. Okay. 855-839-1210, and it is back with us. It's on the sheet today. What is back?
It's Dom's Money Melody.
Where's all the money gone?
All right, we are playing today for a pair of passes to see Sheepdog. The movie's at AMC, the Chamonix 24 theaters in Bensalem. Sheepdog is a must-see and one of the best films of the year. A U.S. Army veteran confronts his past and finds strength through faith, family, and community. See Sheepdog in theaters January 16th, rated R. All right, Henry, what's the backstory?
Yeah, Dom. So usually I try and tie it in with a side question. I'm not going to do that today. I'm going to tie it in with the news of the day, which is obviously Maduro being captured and seized here in the United States, going to trial. And a lot of, people up and complaining, saying, oh, that's illegal, it's unconstitutional, you can't do that, yada, yada, yada. So frankly, I'm just going to play you The Clash's I Fought the Law, only, of course, it's going to be a cover version and not by a singer. No, I'm going to give you an actor covering this song. Some of the movies he's been in, I'm going to try and describe without giving too much away. I'd say his breakout movie was him talking on the phone for 2 hours. I'd say one of his favorite movies of mine was him spending some time in Belgium.
Right.
And then most recently, I think people know him for playing a very famous comic book villain. So I am going to play you this actor singing The Clash. I want to know who is covering this song.
Interesting interpretation.
Yeah, note the accent on this
yes.
this actor here. That's a big key
right.
in this. So let me
Yes.
say it again. Known for a movie where he talks on the phone, known for a movie where he's in
Right.
Belgium, known for a movie where he's a comic book villain. Want
All
the
right.
name of this actor.
855-839-1210. And coming up, this would have definitively been a winner to me, even though I hate this ritual at a wedding. It's advice to single women going to a wedding. All right? And I'll give you what that advice is. It's like one of those rules that is an unwritten rule, and this person really is stating it. All right, hit us with that, and you're off to see Sheepdog. Here are the phone lines. 855-83. Any other clue, Henry? You think that's enough?
I mean, the accent. I could give
Yeah.
away his country
Yeah.
of origin if you'd like.
Okay. Go ahead.
He's Irish.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. What sheriff? Sheriff of Nottingham. All right, 855-839-1210. AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All that you have to do is just push pound 1210.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
The smartphone has made us stupid. We live in a society where you are just programmed now to have this thing in your hand. It's like an addiction. It's like smoking or drinking. You don't even know you're doing it. How many times are you in a setting where there's zero reason for you to have your phone in your hand? It's almost become a crutch in society to avoid social interactions with people.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Download to see if you qualify for Albert Instant Advance. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription is required for Instant Advance. Please see the Albert app or albert.com for subscription pricing. Subscriptions can be canceled at any time.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? You can get up to a $1,000 advance fast to pay for car repairs, bills, rent, groceries, whatever you need. Plus, Albert can help you find ways to save and give you a custom budget to actually grow your money.
Albert can get me up to $1,000?
Exactly. But they do more than get you up to $1,000. Albert is your financial assistant, helping you budget, save, and spotting you money in a pinch.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code SAVE to get up to $1,000 for your bills, rent, groceries, and more. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code SAVE to get up to $1,000. Use code SAVE to get up to $1,000.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
Keep free speech alive. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
It's Dom Money Melody.
Where's all the money gone?
Show me the money.
That is right. All right, get this, and you're off to a great film. Let's hear the sound again. Who's covering this song?
Irish lad, Dom.
It's a pretty good accent because it's definitely Irish, but not over the top type of thing. You know, I'm getting tired of on the Golf Channel. The English accent. It's just too much over a golf
No,
shot.
you need at least one on the broadcast.
Oh, they have tons of them for some reason.
Could be worse. Could be Scottish.
Yeah. Stephen Bordentown. All right, Steve, who's covering that song?
Is it Colin Farrell?
All right, there you go. That would have been my guess. Just without, it's the only one I know that, and he's a good actor.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
I think very underrated. Yeah, the movies I was talking about were Phone Booth, In Bruges.
Phone Booth
and
is an interesting film.
The Batman.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Okay, so that's our winner for today. Money Melody back. Henry, are we back with the side thing? Hold on.
Oh yeah, we
okay.
will. Yeah.
Okay. All right. We'll have the prize on Friday. That's what I'm asking. Okay.
Yes.
Now, here is this could be a winner. Annie on Twitter. I should have also posted this one as an unwritten rule. Single ladies, if you're going to a wedding and plan on trying to catch the bouquet, Do not wear pants. You may just catch the bouquet. It happened in my wedding, and 35 plus years later, it's still talked about. No pants, ladies. I hate the garter thing going up there, and I can't stand it.
Pants.
That's why she's saying yes, because if you catch it, don't you have to have them place the garter, do something with that?
Oh, I don't know. I don't think I've been at a wedding where they've tossed the bouquet.
Oh, what the hell's going on in
Well,
America?
that being said, I haven't been to too many weddings.
All right, somebody break that down there. Yeah, what she talked, that's what I thought she was referencing. Another, Carrie Marie, ask before you touch can be applied to people like pregnant women in their bellies or someone complimenting another person's hair, like mine.
Oh,
yeah. No, you can touch. You can see it's not fake.
No, don't touch the hair.
Well, don't muss it up. You can see it's not fake. All right, now this just dropped at Mediaite, and I'm looking at it as we speak, and it seems to be, now Department of Homeland Security is the one complaining about this and putting it out. And it involves the Hilton chain, which, as we know, is the heir to the Hilton fortune or whatever, is the baby back rib guy, Pritzker. But the Department of Homeland Security just posted no room at the end. At Hilton Hotels has launched a coordinated campaign in Minneapolis to refuse service to Department of Homeland Security law enforcement when officers attempted to book rooms using official government emails and rates. Hilton Hotels canceled their reservation. The statement went on, this is unacceptable. Why is Hilton Hotels siding with murderers and rapists to deliberately undermine and impede DHS law enforcement from their mission to enforce our nation's immigration laws? The post came days after ICE stepped up raids in the Twin Cities, coming off Nick Shirley. A Hilton spokeswoman did not immediately respond to a request for comment. Now, if they're doing this, and this is what Department of Homeland Security says, okay, given who's running for president and who is at the upper level of this deserves a backlash so that they'll never forget it. Imagine these are duly processed government agents. Nope. We're not going to accept your money. As if they haven't heard. This is the same crowd, right? Progressives. If you did this on any other basis, you can imagine what they do. We don't want your money. You're not going to stay here. You're not going to get a room here. This, and let's go back to Nick Shirley. What has he accomplished? Well, Walz has dropped out and wouldn't even take questions. But that's not enough. He's got to be indicted. How many more people? Now the clock is on Kash Patel and Pam Bondi. And I think there's going to be a hearing next week in the House. I know there's going to be a hearing on that. What is it that people voted for? And I would say indictment of people like Walz. If he gets found not guilty, he gets found not guilty. How in the world is $9 billion allegedly stolen in such an obvious manner? So Nick Shirley has taken out Walz. And now, due to this, what's going on in Minnesota, ICE is there. And now we see Hilton caught up in this. What does Pritzker have to say about it? Does he really think they have the right to tell people in the U.S. government they can't stay in a Hilton? We don't want your money. We don't want ICE here. 855-839-1210. So if true, well, I don't think they're posting this without evidence of what's happened here. And if that's the case, then I think what's in order is people to really take a long, hard look at Hilton Hotels. And as I said, Pritzker, I'm not sure of his ownership. You know, he's a billionaire. His father made the money, not this guy. Does this guy look like he'd make the money? He just bought the governorship of Illinois. And he thinks he's going to buy the presidency or something. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All that you have to do is just push pound 1210 and we'll get you on board. And as I said, if you can clarify this don't wear pants to the wedding, I think that's what it's about, Henry. Catching the bouquet. If you catch the bouquet, then there's another ritual associated with that.
Interesting. I had no idea.
Yeah. How many women out there have caught that bouquet?
Phone in.
Can you imagine if it's guys? You catch this and something happens, it's good. What would happen in a scrum at the wedding? Yeah, these type of weddings, Henry, the big thing is smashing cake in each other's face, which is ridiculous, catching the bouquet, and women looking at their feet as they do the line dance is often something I never understand. I tell Ro that all the time.
Sounds like you got some wedding pet peeves there.
Oh, definitely. Yes. It's interminable, most of these things. But you have not been at one where I don't know if that's an official wedding.
Not too many of my friends have gotten married yet.
Okay.
That's
yeah, I was going to say, that's not official in 28 states. What's the pants thing about? Is it about the garter thing going on there? And she's adamant. It's still talked about 35 years later. This woman caught the bouquet and she wore pants. I guess you can roll them up. That helps. That's the only thing I'm thinking of here. Oh, and don't wear white unless you're the bride. Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah.
Yeah, who's wearing white today? Oh, I'm wearing white too. You might be the bride. Greg in the Northeast. Greg on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Greg, afternoon.
Hey, Dom, guys, and I can say it. I'm going to say it if I haven't spoken. It's Happy New Year always until you see that person.
Absolutely.
I think
absolutely.
Within a month, but anything inside January, I think we're all good.
Let's set that new rule. What kind of curmudgeon's trying to take away a simple Happy New Year rather than just, hey, like that when you see somebody, Happy New Year?
Somebody who doesn't like joy. There's a lot of people. There's a lot of people that have no joy in their life. So
exactly.
But I had a call because I was steered off the road. About 2 minutes ago, you said, look, single ladies, if you're going to a wedding, don't wear pants.
Yes.
What wedding can we go? We want to go to that wedding. I think every guy is lined up for that
wedding.
wedding.
I say no? Well, that's right. Don't wear pants. They're saying wear a skirt. I should have clarified. Yes.
I think so. I'm like, all right, you're moving up the ladder even more with me. I like your show now. I like the way you think.
Promo, Henry. Come on now. Get that running back there. Absolutely, yes.
I don't know what weddings Henry's going to. We got to move Henry into some better wedding. I'm going to invite him the next time my family has a wedding. He'll enjoy himself.
Is there a lot of weddings, a lot of divorces going on there? What's that about?
Yeah, well, what the hell is it? We like to have fun. It's a very costly fun. But
absolutely.
It's there.
Absolutely. What's your side, Greg?
My side is, how many times do you say God bless you when someone sneezes? What is the
yes?
What if at all? I still will say it. I may go. It depends on if I know the person or not. 1 or 2 or 3. If I'm sitting at an airport, where most times I will say it once. So I still say it. So
you sure you weren't a producer of Seinfeld? You know, of course, you can say you're so good looking, right?
Right. You're going to hear some. I'm going to tell you something. I have never seen an episode of Seinfeld.
Oh,
never.
Greg, what
Not
the hell?
one. I've heard people speak about it. I've never seen a full episode of Seinfeld. I'll tell you why. I can't stand George Costanza whining. Just like Friends, I didn't watch Friends.
Oh, Friends, I'm in agreement. Friends is just, I'm in complete agreement. I've never seen an episode of Friends.
What? Ross, he whines too. There's too much whining. I get it. That's part of the show, but I have never seen it. I mean, I've heard plenty of articles, but that's where I come in. And if I could say something about the affordability.
Yes.
You know what this is? The affordability is the left's word because they know they're running out of time. Because I think the economy does pull around rather quickly once the first of the year hit. Now we're into that part. You know, Trump had mentioned it before, giving people the tariff money back. But then he shut that down because he's going to wait closer to the midterms.
All right. Well, I hope you're right in your crystal ball because we agree, though, this is where the issue is to get addressed. Thank you, Greg. What a great call. I like that one, too. He's got specific metrics. You know, Henry, could it be a side? And we'd have to take people's word for it. All be all in the call. It's like Dan has never seen any of The Godfather.
Oh, yeah.
It's like, I'm fine. People are not going to throw stones at me for not seeing Friends.
I'm going to throw stones at you.
Yeah, but it's a very limited group. That show's just
limited? You've never seen it.
I've seen enough of, you know what I mean, it comes on or the end of it or whatever.
Like Nick at Night.
They're not exactly appealing characters to me. Just not. The whole premise is
nothing's
not.
appealing about the Seinfeld characters. They're all jerks on purpose. That's how they're written.
That's brilliantly written, though.
Oh no, I agree, but to say
I don't think Friends is up there with Seinfeld.
I think Seinfeld's better than Friends. I'm not going to argue that, but I still think Friends is really good.
You think that's aside though? Something you've never seen.
Oh, totally.
All right.
Everyone is egregious.
Yeah, right. Yeah. We may have to bring Dan in. How could you not see The Godfather?
At this point.
At this
point. It's been 50 years.
And it's all in the call. We might do that one tomorrow. I've always liked that. I'll mount my Friends defense. I think people were with me, not Henry, on the Friends thing. Seinfeld, Roe.
I know Friends has its haters.
Oh, God. I don't think this audience...
I'm just not one of them. I like my shows. I like the Like, people say the same thing about The Office. Like, oh, it's too cringe. And it's like, it's funny.
No,
it's
The
funny
Office is very... I, at one point, said it was better than Seinfeld. I've since come to my senses.
Tempered that back down, yeah. But
I backed down
it's the same thing. It's like people think they can only pick, one of the three to like. It's like, I like all three.
All right. The great Scott Presler. I don't think he's ever watched Friends either. He's too busy living it. He's next here on Talk Radio 1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
So we were all done at the 19th, and we're all back today for the first time? Yeah. It's too long. Too long of a vacation.
Never too long.
7 days is too
I could have gone another 2 weeks, guys.
You have another sabbatical coming up in March, probably.
We had great guest hosts over the last 2 weeks. Thank you to Sean Farish and Esty and Michael Pelka and Tom Hazelby and everybody who filled in.
And they all did better than Tanner McKee did yesterday.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT from the Piazza Auto Group Studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations.
All right, Dom Giordano Show. Welcome back. Scott Presler, early vote action here on Talk Radio 1210 in a time crunch. Happy New Year, Scott. Thanks for squeezing us in.
Thank you. Well, I have breaking news if I'm at liberty to share it with you.
Absolutely.
So the reason why I had to put you guys on ice for a moment is I was actually just at the Dirksen building in Washington, D.C., and I stopped by Senator Thune's office to deliver a message on behalf of the American people that we want safe and secure elections, and it's imperative that we pass the SAVE Act going into the November midterm elections this year. And so I just want people to know that even though it's a new year, we are starting off January strong, fighting on behalf of the American people.
Well, thank you, Scott. Thanks for that. How are you feeling? People asking how Scott Presler, you know, all the stuff that went down here, and I know you needed some R&R, but you rebounded. You're back on stride. How you doing?
Look, I'm flying to Nashville today. Then I'm going to Indiana to hold to account legislators that didn't redistrict. Then I'm going to Naples, Florida. Then I'm going to Texas. Then I'm going to Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. And then Early Vote Action is having the first big Republican training of the year in Harrisburg on January 31st. And, of course, a beautiful Mr. Dom Giordano is welcome to join us. But I tell you, I'm not stopping for a second. And the fraud that we're exposing in Minnesota, I'm sure that there's some fraud that we can also expose in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania.
I might take you up on that. What day of the week is January 1st, Henry? Do you have that on the giant calendar there?
January 31st is a Saturday, and we have a spot ready for you. And even if you would like to even set up and do your radio show and do a broadcast, I think that would be stupendous.
Let me talk to Greg Stocker about that part, but definitely, Scott, I'm looking at if I could squeeze that in to support this, because I've seen you in ways that others have not, like when you were in Avalon after a snowstorm. Riveting stuff. So, Scott, let's talk Minnesota for a moment, whatever moments you have. In that you have been all over the holiday on Twitter and other places talking about your work there and how the fraud, you see how apparent it is.
Yes, well, let's go over it for a second. Did you know, and this is all, you can fact check me to anybody listening that thinks otherwise, did you know that one registered Minnesota voter can vouch for up to 8 other people, and those 8 other people do not need an ID, and they will be handed ballots, and all they have to do is sign an oath that they are who they say they are? Did you know that one residential facility employee can vouch for unlimited residents of that facility? And those people don't have to have an ID. It is the vouching of one person. And did you know, Dom, that in Minnesota, you don't have to be registered to vote to request a mail-in ballot? So the ability to have fraud in the state of Minnesota, and especially in our elections, is so rampant. I would like people to recognize that in 2008, Al Franken only won his Senate election by 312 votes. So yes, the American people demand fair elections.
And those votes were found, allegedly, after all the voting and the other guys' votes. Norm something said, all right, these are all my votes. And Al Franken found those other 300. Yeah. Unbelievable. So, Scott, I know you're in the middle of a lot of action. Seriously, would consider the 31st. Would love to do that and support that. Where do we find you until next week, Scott, at Early Vote Action and all the things you're involved in?
Thank you. Well, earlyvoteaction.com, at Scott Pressler. I'm all over social media. And I want to thank the President of the United States, because when we blew up this story, he reposted us on True Social. Elon Musk has been amplifying our work. And I want people to know that although we are exposing fraud in other areas, I remain committed to the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. We have all of our full-time staff on the ground throughout the Commonwealth, and we hope to help defeat and replace Governor Shapiro with a conservative governor this November.
Absolutely. That would be the biggest story of the year, Scott. Thank you, Scott. We'll catch up with you next week, and we'll start to point toward January 31st.
Thank you, my friend. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. Scott Pressler in the center of the arena. Back for a moment, and that's what he's like. I'm seriously, because it Road likes Harrisburg. We've done several things here, so we'll see. All right, here's how you get in. 855-839-1210. Unwritten rules. This no pants if you're going to catch the bouquet. If they had called in with that, I'd got to say, that is a real...
Who's wearing pants to a wedding anyway? I'm sorry. I don't think I've ever seen that. But again,
yeah, I've seen women in pants at weddings. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Some women are self-conscious about their legs. Hillary.
But that's what the long dresses are for, right?
Oh, yeah. I hate the long dress, by the way, too. Let's put that on the list.
Well, I feel like that's what girls wear now in their weddings. Like,
yeah, I get you. That's better than the pants thing, covering it up. But I'm shy. Henry, we have to calm down tomorrow. I think I'll win on the Friends vote. I put that up on Twitter. These people hate Friends.
Which is crazy, because it was the biggest show on TV for 10 years.
No doubt.
And then suddenly, 20 years later, it's like, that show sucks.
It's almost like you have to say that. One of those things you have to say, whether you watch it or you have to pretend you didn't. Yes. I think, though, a show you've never seen and you want to defend it, why would I see that? Friends is one for me. Movies, the classic movie, I don't know how Dan walks around not seeing The Godfather.
Yeah.
What would your answer be, Henry?
I know there's one. Hold on. I know. What's a movie I haven't seen?
You've seen most.
I've seen a lot.
Yeah.
But I know there's some glaring omissions on my. Come back to me
Okay.
because
All
I
right.
can't think of it right now.
Let's go to the great one, Joe of Exton. Happy New Year, Joe. Welcome back.
Yes. Hello, Don. Good afternoon and Happy New Year. From a side answer, you're at the Academy of Music to attend a concert by the Philadelphia Orchestra. And the unspoken social etiquette is that everyone stand for the playing of the Star-Spangled Banner.
Yes, of course. You mean people were not?
Yes.
Wow.
I went to a concert once, and they were standing for the Star-Spangled Banner, and the person behind me was sitting down.
Did you say anything, Joe?
No.
That's a tough thing there. That's a good one, though. Henry, you have a sense, right, of how peaceful Row is, calmness and all that.
Oh, yeah, totally.
When we were on the boardwalk, though, we go up 3 or 4 times. North Wildwood, I guess all Wildwood, plays the national anthem at a certain time. Is it 10 o'clock or 11 o'clock? I got to think. And just the seething and the look and the stare down. You'd be amazed. Thousands of people are dead still for about 45 seconds, right? There are people that just continue to bike through it or ride their Surrey through it or walk through it. It is just a stunning thing. Like, what do you say to those people?
Yeah.
Now, she's even gone in and asked the guy at the skee ball thing, could you stop the noise of the skee ball, the pitch, while the national, and the guy agreed.
Yeah, it is. It is distracting.
I mean, it's pretty nice to say, oh, the worst, to see parents with their kids. Don't. And every eye in the world, I can see people seething, looking, come on. Is it you don't know what's going on here, or you will not cease and desist for 45 seconds
Yeah,
or
have
so?
some decorum. Here.
Yeah, I could see it's 5 minutes. You're at the shore. You know, it's a tradition. Yeah, that's a good one. All right, it is the lightning round next. Something that is an unwritten law. You heard Scott Presler, what he's up to. Great to have him back with us. By the way, tomorrow, and we're trying to get him on, and he might be doing interviews. We have a new CBS News anchor. And the CBS News now says point 4 of their 5 principles is CBS News loves America. Oh, man, you can't say that. Now, does that say, hey, that means whatever Trump does, what the hell? It's America. We'll do what we want. Is that what they're saying? Oh, you read it that way, potentially.
No, I read it like, well, it's hard to say. Like, did they not love it before?
I think they're saying that.
In their own way? Like,
Well,
I understand,
I
like, you know, obviously not a lot of people agree with CBS, but, like, that's
I
the way
think-
they loved America, I guess.
I think what they're saying is maybe it was unclear before. We're reemphasizing because I don't see NBC or ABC saying they love America as a principle of their news. I think it means in a gray area or a slightly gray area, you're not going to immediately be on the side that's going to go on the attack. That's not what the news necessarily has to do. If it's something where they're wrong, yeah, you have to. But I'd love to get him on to hear him answer that question. Well, why did, or Barry Weiss, but I think I bet he's doing interviews. They're really trying to say this is not the bad aura that's attached. Well, I think it's also because it's an outdated concept. What are they going to tell you at 6:30 that you don't know from social media, talk radio, or something else? We're instantaneous. I mean, I saw Adam Schefter today. He's taking phone calls on the set of
Yeah,
Get
he does
Up.
it all the time, yeah.
Yeah. While
Black Monday.
Yeah, while all this is going on, I'm going to listen to a guy 8 hours later saying, Eagles coach Nick Sirianni.
Yeah, 6 p.m. Sports Center. It's
Yeah,
like,
right.
we knew this already.
Yeah, it's like 3 seconds after it happens. 855-839-1210. Grab a line.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
The smartphone has made us stupid. We live in a society where you are just programmed now to have this thing in your hand. It's like an addiction. It's like smoking or drinking. You don't even know you're doing it. How many times are you in a setting where there's zero reason for you to have your phone in your hand? It's almost become a crutch in society to avoid social interactions with people.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Let's ring in the new year by finally checking off something that actually matters. Your old videotapes and photos are fading more every year. VCRs are disappearing, and the clock is ticking to save your family's most important memories. Hi, I'm Adam Maslauger.
And I'm Nick Mako. We started Legacy Box to help you preserve your memories by converting all your videotapes, photos, and film reels into digital files. And this year, it's easier than ever.
Introducing our biggest kit yet, able to hold up to 80 videotapes or film reels or 2,000 photos. It's perfect for big collections. You can even send in old DVDs, memory cards, flip phones, or early generation iPhones.
Legacy Box is truly the easiest New Year's resolution you'll ever keep. Just fill your box and send it in. As the world's largest digitizer of home movies and photos, all work is done in the U.S., and we're trusted by over 1 million families.
Start the new year right by rescuing the moments you haven't watched in years. Go to legacybox.com/radio for an incredible 55% off. That's legacybox.com/radio for 55% off.
Searching for a new path to wellness? Dr. Molly Fantasia explains how medical hydration therapy can help you reclaim your energy. Listen to Health Watch, Sunday mornings at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
All right, what a busy day. One note, and we'll be on it tomorrow. RFK Jr. announcing that our vaccination schedule around measles will be similar, not sure, I just saw it, of all vaccines, to what Denmark does. All right. There's going to be a whole lot around this. Let's go to the Earl of Tacony on the Lightning Round on Talk Radio 1210. Earl, what's yours today?
Oh, Merry Christmas, Tom.
Oh, thank you.
And I used to work for A&P years ago, and I still see it today when I go any place shopping, is if you go and you pick something up and you decide that you don't want it, you have one of two options. Either go and put it back where you found it, or take it to the register and tell the cashier, I don't want this, could you put this back, please? Because, last year, I was at the BJ's Wholesale Club, and I'm walking through the dog food aisle, and sitting on a bag of dog food were 2 packages of frozen lobster tail, $120 worth of lobster tail that someone had left in the dog food aisle. Luckily, it was still frozen solid, and it was able to be put back, but that could have sat there for days, and they would have lost $120 worth of product. I mean, we always used to make a joke about it, hot dogs in the magazine rack, where people come up and decide, I don't want the hot dogs after all, and they stick them in the magazine rack. Especially perishable food. That's what really ticks me off, is where they're taking perishable food, and they can't even put it back in the refrigerator or frozen area. It sits there and it rots and it goes bad.
All right, that's a good one, Earl. Very practical, without a doubt. Scott in Mount Laurel. Hi, Scott.
My problem with the Eagles is when they run the ball more than they pass, they go 9-0. The rest of the time, 2-6. Obvious answer.
Okay, well, here's the conspiracy of the day, where they're trying to show with the backup quarterback, we could pass the ball, that Jalen Hurts is the problem.
Well, maybe, but my whole thing is I don't care which quarterback it is. They win when they run, and the only time they're 2-6 when they passed more than they run this year, and both times was when they blocked a field goal or an extra point.
My point, though, is maybe they don't like the criticism of Petula and all, and they got blown up a little bit yesterday trying to prove something. Maybe.
I'll tell you what, I think yesterday proved that Petula is the problem, not the quarterback. No matter who's in there.
He's a problem. Yeah, he's a problem. Well,
and it's not just him. If they wanted him to run the ball more, they would tell him to do it.
Yeah, true. What's your side?
My side is holding the door for the next person. If you're within a certain distance, got to hold that door for the next person.
What's the distance?
I never measured it out, but let me say, I'm going to say it's a judgment call. I'll go with maybe about 10 feet, maybe.
Oh, I go
15?
I go to a 3-point shot. Now, if you go to a 3-point shot, though, does a person mean you have to speed up to get there at the door?
And then that's inconvenient.
Okay, how attractive is the woman you're holding the door up
That's
for?
different.
If it's a block away and she's that attractive, hold that up. Keep that door open, buddy.
Yeah, that would be a football field. If you're single, 2 football fields.
And then make sure she's not wearing pants. I love that wedding tip. Steve in Bordentown. Steve, what's yours?
If you're trying to have like a little party in your backyard, whether it's a picnic for your kids or something, and the neighbor comes out and starts cutting the grass and weed whacking, and then they get that blower and they start blowing, and you're trying to have a nice little party, and that happens. If I ever did something like my father would have smacked me in the back of the head, and that would have been the end of it. But just can't do that. That's just respect.
That is a great one. If it happens, can you imagine the maniac doing it? Don, you close it out on Talk Radio 1210 in Franconia. What's yours, Don?
Mine is, if you're walking down the street with a young lady, you always walk closest to the street.
And why is that?
I don't know, but I was always told to do that.
Well, it's because elements can get splashed up. The car can go out of control. You get hit, and she doesn't.
I guess chivalry isn't dead.
All right. Thank you, Don. That's right. Hold that door open. She's a block away. Hey, buddy, let me come in. No, I'm holding the door here. Can't come in.
Yeah.
All right, Sean, you took all these great calls today. Who did you like?
To me, I honestly think that my favorite ones that I have going so far was the sneezing and saying God bless you. And then also I got to go with the original one from the beginning of the show. And that was from Lance with the snow days digging yourself out of a parking spot.
Yeah, I'm trying not to have that appeal to me too much. That's in my top 10 rules of life. But Henry, how about yours? Well, first of all, can you imagine Mondami and I debating? I could be over that topic. What does Mondami think if you shovel it out? Do you get to keep that space? I can just imagine what he would say.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, my God.
Comrade.
Yeah, comrade. Come on. Calm down, comrade. What do you say, Henry?
Yeah, so I second the Lance call. I mean, don't take my spot. I shoveled it out. Another one I liked is Earl of Tacconi's, putting things back where they belong on the shelf.
That
or
was a good
giving
one.
it to someone else. Because there's, way too many times you see something, you go, that doesn't belong here at all. And then if I had to give another one, I'll give Scott Mount Laurel. No, I'll give it to Stephen Bordentown for cutting the grass because that seemed very specific to him. I can't believe people have done that to him.
Yeah, I know.
Seemingly.
It doesn't seem like it's done, but that was
maybe
great.
he needs better neighbors.
I got to
don't know.
say, though, I was intrigued with Greg today because of the who he says, how many sneezes, and the whole thing. And just the call was a lot of fun. Let's put Greg in. I usually agree with one of you guys, but they were good. They were really good. Tomorrow, we might do this thing of what haven't you seen that shocks people. And you say, no, I'm not going to comply. I'm not going to go and see Friends tonight. You can hit me on Twitter at DomShow1210. We'll put the poll up and ask, is Henry right or am I right? Come on, you got to see Friends. So what redeeming value would I see associated with that? It's not art. It's nothing about it.
It's not
nothing
art.
That's...
Oh, is Seinfeld just such great art?
Yes, it is.
Come on.
Oh, just the coinage, how they affected the culture, the catchphrases, the subtlety of what they got convicted of was beautifully done.
What is we were on a break mean nothing to anyone anymore?
All right. That may be the side. It may make its way through. And, again, RFK Jr. and this vaccination schedule following Denmark. We may have on the former ambassador to Denmark this week, Carla Sands. I think she's a big...
Yeah, I'm looking to nail her down,
Yeah, Trump supporter. I'll ask her, Do you wear pants if you're going to catch the bouquet? I got to ask that of some more guests. We have to ask. I'm trying to think John Yu the next time he's on. John is a legal question. What are my rights if I'm catching the bouquet? You can hit me on Twitter. That's what I think the tweet was all about. If it's about something else, I plead ignorance. Hey, great to be back post-holiday. Rich Cioli is next today with 4 big hours. And again, follow on Twitter at DomShow1210. And based on today's premise, be sure to say as many Happy New Years as you can. Just think about it. Larry David is wrong about Alan Dershowitz. He's wrong about most things. He was a great Steinbrenner, though. The whole premise, they captured Steinbrenner's character. And the greatest sitcom movement, Seinfeld defense, was the opposite. Just think, if every instinct you have is wrong, do the opposite and how that might work out. I just couldn't get over that premise. All right, Rich is next. Follow on Twitter at DomShow1210 here. All that on Talk Radio 1210 WP.